It's 7 o'clock. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Jamie, roll call please.
Blackburn,
Present.
Hageman,
Here.
Michigan,
Here.
Durrani,
Here.
McAlexander,
Here.
Howard,
Here.
Miller.
Here.
Thank you. Next is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Also moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Third is the approval of the regular council meeting minutes from April 27th, 2026. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the council meeting minutes from April 2026.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is public comment, not on published agenda. If anybody would like to come up and speak, please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak. We'll keep track of time. And also, if anybody has their cell phones on, now would be a good time to turn it off. Oh, you're wondering, you're here to speak on the ballots.
Yes.
I'll call on you then. Anybody else? Seeing no public comment, we'll move to discussion topics and invite the police chief up first.
So you have my report. There was a slight change that we're doing now is that we're comparing the month in question with the previous year's month. So you can see the difference, not only year to year, but month to month. And also I included the co-responder second quarter report, which is also there. Any questions specifically on the report that I submitted?
You know, it may have been in there, but the responders,
Mhm.
goes, how long has that been in effect?
I'm sorry?
How long has that been in effect?
So she's really up to working full-time over,
You're training the mental health.
yes.
Got
she-
it.
Yeah.
Okay,
She's
so
been
it's
about
just
2
a few
months where she's full-time because she did a lot of training and onboarding and riding with the officers, getting to know
Right.
everybody.
Right, I remember that. I wasn't sure co-responders.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard, yeah.
She's great.
Yeah, she is.
Just a couple other things real quick. Jamie and I have been working on an issue in the Bingham Farms with AT&T. I don't know if people have AT&T here. Service has been a little sketchy. So we did reach out to maybe some contacts we have, and I believe that situation's been fixed. So we're actually able to talk to each other now on the cell phone, which is great. And then we also had Touch a Truck through Youth Assistance at Bingham Farms Elementary. We had just under 1,000 people show up, so it was a great event. It was my first year chairing, so of course it rained the first hour, but it was a good, kids loved it. So, and then the last thing I want to talk about is for those that were traveling down 13 Mile today, there was a gas leak at 13 and Lasser. So I know beginning of the day, eastbound 13 was closed at Lasser and then westbound for the rest of the day. So I believe that's been resolved.
Mhm.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Next is the fire department monthly report. Chief is here.
Good evening. You also have received our monthly report. Other than that, I just wanted to make one comment that we had our meeting on April 30th with the subcommittee. The meeting lasted just shy of 2 hours. We got a lot of questions that were answered. There was a lot of discussion that took place, and we look forward to continuing on that discussion with hopefully both villages, so that way we can set a path moving forward. So pending your questions, that'll conclude my report.
I have a question.
Sure.
I read in your minutes about the fire department instructors conference. Did you attend that in April?
I did. I went for a period of, I guess, 2 nights, 1 day. And the sole purpose was to research replacement apparatus, specifically a replacement for a rescue truck. That's a 2007. And a replacement for one of our pumper tenders, which was from 2003. We also did research pertaining to a cardiac monitor defibrillator. So there was 2 main vendors of that item, Stryker, which makes the Physio Model 35, as well as the Zoll, which makes the, oh boy, Zedian, something like that. Researched those. The fire department approved me to make the purchase of this monitor defibrillator. So once it arrives in days to weeks, and once training has taken place, we will be better able for cardiac patients to perform 12 lead EKGs and transmit those to the hospital. So that way they can be interpreted by one of the ER physicians. That's in addition to vital signs, automatic defibrillation, as well as for fire victims or anyone that's involved with carbon monoxide poisoning. We will be able to determine on scene preliminarily. Obviously, it's a blood test that's needed, but we'll be able to see if anyone had been exposed to carbon monoxide where it's impacting their body functions.
Thank you. So did other
No.
firefighters go?
Just me. We originally had intended for this is a very large conference, and it goes over a week. We had intended to send some personnel for training to this conference, and due to budget issues related to our operating funds, the decision was made to cancel that and postpone it tentatively till next year.
Okay. I also had one other question. Who handles your social media?
We have that internally. One of our volunteers. Are you talking about our Facebook page?
Yeah.
That's one of our volunteers who handles that.
Is there a name?
Chris Roberts.
Chris Roberts.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm just concerned about what was posted recently.
Oh, well, okay.
Just announcing that the village reaffirmed its partnership with Franklin and Bingham Farms through that meeting that you had, but the council has not voted on that.
Okay.
I was just curious if I could follow up with that person.
Okay.
That was all I
Well,
had.
Chris, I was the one who provided that to Chris. So Chris doesn't create the content, he just posts it.
Okay.
I'm just curious, the defibrillator, did you already have one? Is this a new advanced kind of defibrillator?
So we have on every one of our fire trucks an automatic defibrillator. And so that has been in place for decades now. What this does is, because of the discussion about a potential transition to an advanced life support capacity, we had looked for alternate equipment that we could use to transition with. So in terms of the provision of care, it is the exact same as what we have now. In terms of capability for the future, this will enable us, should we become an advanced life support department, to provide manual defibrillation. So that includes pacing for people with very low heart rates. It could be manual defibrillation depending on the needs, or what we call cardioversion, which is if there is something that is going on where you need to restart the heart to get it electrically working or coordinated electrically, but they don't need the full amount of electricity in order to do that. That is one of those advanced life support functions.
What is the cost of the new, and would you have to have one for each truck then?
Well, it's $52,000
$52,000
for the
per
unit.
unit.
Yes. We would not have to have every one for every truck. The idea would be is if anything would be advanced life support licensed or potentially licensed, we would get one for each of those. But we've started with one.
But the commitment has not been made to purchase that, has it?
It has.
Oh, it has?
It has. It's been ordered. And it will give us some additional capability. As I said, if someone is complaining of cardiac issues, we could perform a 12-lead EKG in the field.
Okay, so this is an advanced life support kind of defibrillator, right?
Well, it could be, but electrically, it could be programmed to lock out the manual functions, which the state does allow, county protocols allow. The only difference is that without having the manual functions enabled, that allows us to perform at a basic level.
Are you still able to send information to a hospital?
Well, at present, we contact the hospital via phone, via radio, as well as via an app called eBridge. So there is the ability to transfer data to the hospital. This is a little different because this is going directly from the monitor. It's literally via fax because it needs to be secured because of HIPAA requirements.
Of course.
So that way, the unit itself could be utilized to send the data.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is the village manager's report.
Yeah, my report is in the packet. I don't have anything additional to add. If there are any questions though, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions? Okay. Moving to the administrative assistant, economic development coordinator report, Evgeny.
Likewise, I don't have anything to add to my written report unless there are questions. I'm happy to answer those.
I see that our business license response is up this year a
Yep.
little bit, so that's
Coming
nice. Good news, thank you. Any questions? Next is the board and committee updates. I'll just go around.
I'll start. Obviously, I can't be at the fire commission meeting because that's going on tonight. So no report on that one, and the cable board meets this coming Wednesday, so no report yet.
We'll go this way then.
Yeah, library board meeting is tonight, so I'm passing on that. And next is tomorrow morning, and they are in a very positive position. We've got the project managers are moving forward with the renovations at the Y. And we'll be soon calling it renovations at Next. It'll be nice, yeah. And a lot of changes, equipment being available and that type of thing. So seniors should be very happy. That's it.
Jim and I are on an ad hoc committee regarding the ordinance fees, and we're still researching some information on the maximum fees that might be charged legally within the state of Michigan. So we'll get back to you on that at a further meeting. And I and Eric are on the budget committee, and we've had our initial meeting for the budget, which will be presented in the June meeting. So.
Nothing else.
Nothing.
Okay. We will move to old business, which is the Bingham Ridge PUD, consideration for approval. We'll have Eric start, kind of introduce it, and we also have the developer and that here, so you can kick us off.
Yes, sir. All right, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Eric Peach. I'm with Giffords Webster, the planning consultant for the village. And it's been many months that we've been meeting with an applicant for this project, the Bingham Ridge Planned Unit Development. Let's see if I can get my slides to advance here. Okay.
Your mouse is up there.
What is it?
Your mouse is up
it
there.
moving? Okay.
I think it's set to stretch instead of being.
It's way to see the day.
They can fix that.
I sure can try to fix it.
Your mouse is it's up there.
If the mouse is moving there, sure, but
See, it's not this way. There it is. Sometimes you gotta find it.
Yeah.
I like Braille
right.
too.
Yeah, it's out in space.
I have a question for you, 'cause I wanna use that.
it should just there we go. Maybe it just fell asleep. Okay, so the development before you is the Bingham Ridge Plan Unit Development at Telegraph and 14 Mile Roads. This application has been before the Planning Commission multiple times over the last year or so. We have met with the applicant, Mr. Terry Nelson here, to go over the plan that's before you. That again went through the Planning Commission. And what we do is we apply the master plan for the community to developments such as this. There's some adherence to the zoning code, but the planned unit development process allows for a developer to have more flexibility as it relates to the underlying districts of the land. And so this is a parcel at the southeast corner of Telegraph Road and 14 Mile, just up the way. The cul-de-sac street is called Dalville Court, and we'll go through kind of what the intention is for that street. The underlying zoning on the north end at the intersection is R3, and then below that, where the cul-de-sac currently is R2. And R2 currently exists of 6 parcels, and R3 currently exists with 3 parcels. So the last that this went before you was in March, where I gave a presentation explaining what the steps were when the plan went before the Planning Commission, and that they approved or recommended for the Village Council to consider the application with certain conditions. And so we can go over those towards the end of my presentation. Mr. Nelson's here to confirm what those are. But in the meantime, we had the planning or the Village Council at the March meeting had asked for a postponement for the applicant to address some of their concerns, some of your concerns, and we didn't get a revised plan or an updated plan until it was too late to make a full review to come before you in April. It was on the agenda, but there was I had not reviewed anything, so there was no new information for me to present to you. So that's why it's been postponed to this meeting here. And what I want to do first and foremost is to just go over what some of those revisions were or updates. So as you can see on the screen here, one of the major things that you would notice is the Building 16, which is highlighted in yellow. That building used to be within the A2 district, which as you can see is to the right. And so what happened was the Building 16 moved to the A3, which has more flexibility in terms of the density, and then the open space recreational outlined in purple here, that moved to where Building 16 was in the R2. In addition to that, the Michigan Department of Transportation had suggested or required the applicant to adjust where the previous private street connected to Telegraph Road here into a configuration such as this, where the line's better with the turnarounds on Telegraph Road. So with this extension, we again removed Building 16 to the other district to help with the density, but then the belief is that when this was extended, this is the exit from the property onto Telegraph Road. When that was extended, it created more coverage, which affected the net buildable area, and so it basically just canceled itself out. That being Building 16's footprint moving from one district to the other. In order for that to be a net positive, we weren't able to achieve that just because the extension of the exit canceled that out. So I just wanted to kind of give you some background as to why the density hasn't really changed any from the previous meeting that we had with you. So Building 1, the Village Council had some concerns regarding the setback of Building 1. This is the building that's farthest to the south at the corner of the property. And when the underlying zoning district, R2, the setback for that district is 60 feet. So when that's carried across Telegraph Road here, this building sits within the setback to a certain extent, approximately 19 feet. And so I believe believe it's a setback of about 41 feet. But then when you measure from the closest point of the building to the traffic lanes or the back of curb, it's approximately 63 feet. So it's relatively in keeping with the intention and spirit of the minimum setbacks of the underlying district. And then also to mention, originally this was a 35-foot setback because there was an additional, it was like a covered balcony or a covered area entrance here that decreased the setback. So by removing that, that ultimately increased the setback to a certain extent.
Just a quick question. When you're measuring the setbacks,
Yes, ma'am.
what's the point of measurement from the house to where?
To the property line. So when you measure setbacks.
Where is the property line?
Yes, ma'am. That's this
Okay,
whole line here.
so that's where the setback is.
The setback is measured from the property line back, and that requirement is 60 feet. So this red line is the underlying zoning district setback.
Isn't it? Yeah, and but the actual setback is to the edge of the building from the edge of the property.
So this
right.
distance here is about 41 feet. So the shaded green is where it encroaches. So it's, if it was to follow the strict application of the ordinance, it would be set back 60 feet. So every part of the building would be behind the red dashed area. But we like to kind of add to the analysis to say, well, what is that distance from where the traffic lanes are, just to get a perspective of how much additional land is between the moving traffic and the building, and that distance is about 63 feet.
Well, we kind of like to stay with what we're supposed to be measuring.
I'm just giving
Yeah,
you some
I know.
perspective.
I know.
So in addition, the entryway, we have a proposed gate. And so when the gate was originally proposed, there in the median here, there was a monument sign that includes the name of the subdivision, Bingham Ridge. But because of the change in the configuration of the exit, that whole area changed to a certain extent. So the gates stay relatively where they were originally proposed. Their setback is of a distance that's in keeping with the intent of the ordinance, so that when vehicles line up at the property line, there's no traffic extending into the right of way. And so then the turnaround here allows for traffic that if the gates are closed and someone doesn't have access, they can turn around and not block or obstruct traffic. So the change that was made here, however, is the signage. So there's no longer a monument sign between the two gates. So the monument signs are located here. I know it's kind of hard to see here and here inside this traffic island. And so I just wanted to do a comparison to show what the previous looked like and what's being proposed now. So the gates are there without the sign, but then these images show what's proposed in place of that. So the important thing with this change is to note that part of these structures here are located within the right of way. So again, the property line is shown in the bold here, and these walls are essentially sticking out into the right of way. So since this is a Michigan Department of Transportation thoroughfare, this as a setback standard would either require full relocation onto the property or an agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation for an encroachment into their right of way. Then there's two additional monument walls as they're labeled on the plan, and there's one that's fully within the right of way. So this is all new to the plan. This was added since we reviewed the plan last. And then there's one over here, so they match each other, but this one just unfortunately is in the right of way. So if it were to be pursued, it would require an agreement with MDOT.
Excuse me.
Yes.
How often does MDOT provide that variance to encroach on their right of way?
I think it's case by case, and so it's just a written request for an agreement. And I don't know if you have any experience with working with MDOT on that, but sure. Okay. So then landscape screening, there was concern last meeting regarding the appropriate screening along Telegraph Road, especially for the building that's closest to the right of way, that being Unit 1. So the plans now indicate that there will be a 5-foot berm, 5 feet in height, that's this dimension here, in this general area adjacent to the proposed building. So that distanced about 41 feet, 43.6 to the property line. In addition to the 5-foot berm, would be 16 to 20 feet height for landscaping, mature trees. So you'd have a screening in this area of about 25 feet. And so this is just a rendering showing from Telegraph Road what the intention of that is to look like and to have the full screening effect of the trees that are proposed there.
Can I ask a question about
Yes, sir.
the encroachment onto, towards Telegraph of that island or whatever it's called, the dividing thing?
This here?
Yeah, so as drawn, that's not in compliance with MDOT regulations, is that correct?
Just the signage.
The signs.
The signage.
Island is.
No, the signage here, these walls that include the signage, those are within this area, but they're in partially within the right of way. So once they cross this bold line is where, that's MDOT property. And so that would require approval from MDOT.
What does that do in relationship to the sidewalk?
The sidewalk, well, Steve, so that's another dimensional observation is that this wall is right up against the sidewalk, which is that yellow shaded area. So the thought is that this sign wall should be moved further back. But the applicant's prepared to address that with you. Yes?
On the, below the property line,
Yeah.
those two little black rectangles there that you're pointing to now, are those MDOT? Does that property belong to MDOT or is that part of the?
Yes. Everything below this bold line is Telegraph Road, which is MDOT right of way.
And so MDOT is going to allow the taking over of some of that MDOT area there on the sidewalk to accommodate this PUD?
Yes, the proposal as a whole, because it's on and adjacent to MDOT right of way, will require a review by MDOT. And so what's proposed here would be required for them to approve. And so that's why Mr. Noson's already gone through that process where it was MDOT that said this original proposal is not to our standards. We require this configuration. So that's why this is what was before you last time. That change was made once MDOT responded to their plan review with a proposal to extend the exit.
But they haven't seen that yet.
We have not seen that yet, correct? This is the first time.
As drawn, it complies with what they requested, but it's also using MDOT property to do it. And so how are you able to do that? How are you able to use their property to comply with what they're asking you to comply with and not stay within the lot, property line?
So what was originally proposed was this configuration where the existing Dalville Court enters the property. And it's just a coordination with MDOT as to where that should be. And so this was rejected by MDOT for this layout. So MDOT said, we're okay with the plan, we just request that the exit lanes be extended here because they do a whole analysis on how traffic flows and where the turnabouts are and where the best location for this would be for them as an entity. So that's why this was changed to this configuration now.
But MDOT hasn't approved that that's the way to comply with what MDOT's asking.
Yes, this is MDOT's preferred layout of the plan. So this is what's before you. This is a change that was made from this.
But they
so
did not
the
approve it.
The hierarchy of approvals is MDOT has to approve it, irregardless of whether, I mean,
No matter what we say.
No matter what we say. So it doesn't matter.
It's
Can I be
the,
recognized for a second?
Yep.
If you can address that, yes.
So MDOT has approved, we applied just for the entryway. I did not yet send them a landscape plan to talk about any plantings or signage in the right of way. So the entryway is in the approval process and we're down to, so they asked for traffic generation studies, et cetera. Our traffic people sent that to them. We're past all of that. The only thing they're looking for is your approval, the approved plan from the village, because they want to know that I'm working with a plan that you approved. And And other than that, they asked for some more information from our engineer about geometry of the turning radiuses and things like that. So it's basically approved by them for the access to the right of way. But we always use the right of way. Every homeowner, business owner has to get a permit, whether it's MDOT or the road commission or the village, to cross from their property line to the road, because the road is never up to our property line. And they're saying it's fine, we just want you to move that exit north because they don't want cars shooting across Telegraph into the southbound turnaround, which is possible
We
from the
discussed
current
that, yeah.
billboard. So that's why it became a one-way.
Diana, I'm
Yeah.
talking about that.
So if we, about the signs, if we approved it and MDOT came back and said, no, the signs can't be there, then you'd put them somewhere else and you'd integrate
Correct,
it.
or we might, on the exit side, I was prepared to address that when I get in front of
Okay.
you, but yeah, we
That's
could
fine.
delete the ones on the exit side of
Yeah. Okay.
My landscape architect decided to draw
Yeah.
signs.
If MDOT says they don't want any of our landscaping, or your landscaping, on their property,
Then we won't, we very rarely get that from MDOT or the road commission. As long as we don't impair sight distance, so people can see adequately when they're going to pull out onto the road, they're usually fine with us putting planting, and sometimes even structures in the right of way. But I don't think we're gonna need to put structures there, we could be planting, and if we can't, we can't.
Okay, so moving on to the landscaping improvements. So as I mentioned, the building that's closest to Telegraph here proposes a 5-foot berm with 20-foot, up to 20-foot trees on top, so roughly 25 feet height buffer, landscape buffer. Moving along to where the building 16 was relocated in further north. From this location, there is a 9-foot high berm, up to 20-foot height in trees. So ultimately, the overall height for screening would be up to around 29 feet at that location. And I also want to note that one of the changes that resulted in this building being moved is that when it was roughly where this purple area is, the recreation area, when it was in this location, there was a slight encroachment into that 60-foot setback. But now when you cross from the R2 district to the R3 district, the setback becomes less. So it goes from 60 feet to 40 feet. So upon moving this building to the north, it's now outside of the setback. So that's one less violation, if you will, of the underlying setbacks. So I just wanted to point that out. That is somewhat of an improvement to the dimensional standards of the underlying zoning district. And then moving towards the east side of the property, which is the back side of the property, there's the landscape berms that are shown here for screening from residents to the east, which is where we receive most of the commentary and concerns regarding this development. So the plan has evolved over time to relocate the units that are closest to this property line, the east property line here, to move them back to meet and satisfy the minimum setback of the R2 district, that being 60 feet. So all of the buildings along the east property line now meet the 60-foot setback. That was presented to you at the last presentation, so there's no change there. I just wanted to point out that in addition to that compliance of the setback, the details in terms of the berms and the buffering are shown here. And again, that's a 9-foot high berm, up to 20 feet height for trees, resulting in a 29-foot landscape screening from those perspectives to the east. And then the second part of that analysis is this view here that has a 12-foot high berm, up to 16-foot height trees, resulting in about 23 feet landscape buffer with evergreen trees primarily, which the purpose and intent behind that is so that they remain screened throughout the year, including the winter time. So with the few adjustments that were made, again, primarily how the recreation center, the recreation area, and building 16 were moved or flip-flopped, the question would be, what does that do to the density, if anything? And the end result is nothing, and I essentially mentioned that when I first started the presentation. And so by moving building 16 to the A3, that's kind of an area that's a little bit larger, so there's more room to work with in that sense. So here, showing the overall development, this is where building 16 has moved. So you can see there's more area here than there is here, but it doesn't change the density. So when doing the density analysis, the overall site, when you do a PUD, the overall site requires net acreage. And so what that means is if you take the overall perimeter of the site, that's considered your gross acreage. But everything that's shaded here, so the street, the easements, the detention pond, and the street, those are all factored into the net acreage, and so it reduces the amount of buildable area, so to speak. So when the ordinance, the PUD ordinance requires your density to be calculated, it's off of the net. So you're removing those areas that are not buildable. So when that occurs, the end result is 4.46 dwelling units per acre, which is slightly over the master plan's suggested density. And this is just, the adjustment here shown from the previous plan was 4.5 dwelling units per acre, and now it's 4.46. So it dropped slightly by moving that building, but not enough to really make that much of an impact. It's just off by a decimal point.
And what is the master plan recommendation for density?
That is 2.5 to 4.3 dwelling units per acre. So this is just above the highest threshold of the master plan's suggestion.
But part of our goals with our master plan are
Yes.
as quoted here. Maintain the low-density residential community character of the existing, largely built-out neighborhoods. So I ask you, do you see a conflict with you standing there telling us we should ignore this and go with a higher density plan?
I don't, and I'm not making a suggestion to you. This is just going off of what the tools at our disposal are for, because the master plan also does say that higher densities may be considered.
May be considered.
May be considered, yes ma'am.
Except we do have ordinances,
Which includes the PUD ordinance, yes
Right.
ma'am.
but not all ordinances can be ignored in a
We're not
PUD.
ignoring it. The
Right.
planning commission already approved the plan per the ordinance allowances.
Yeah.
So lastly, the open space, there's no change to the open space. I just want to reiterate that the planned unit development ordinance requires a 20% minimum usable open space, and what's being proposed and provided is 46% open space. So what's before you is well beyond the 20% open
Sorry, where
space.
did the recreational area go?
The usable?
No, there was a recreational area
Yes.
that was moved as well. Where did it go?
Yes, sir.
It's
That
not in
is-
those pictures. It's in that one.
Okay,
Yeah. Here.
so it moved along with one of the buildings, right?
Yeah, they basically switch spots. Yeah.
Okay. Swooped.
So now the
I
question
swooped down and
becomes,
moved it.
do we consider the recreation area a structure? I don't know.
I don't know yet.
It's part of the usable open space. So it's looked at in that sense. So yeah, there is, if you were to apply the setback, it's slightly within the setback. The thought too was that what would it look like if the recreation area was switched with unit 1 or building 1, but then the recreation area becomes so far away from the center of the site, which, it's encouraged that all units within the development would have some sort of centralized location for the recreation. So that's why we went with, Terry can speak more to that, but for it to be in this location would seem to be acceptable for consideration, so.
If one of the buildings were to straddle R3 and R2, what, if anything, would that do to the density calculations?
That's a great question, because there's that scenario occurring. Building 8, sorry. So there's no language in the ordinance to say how that would be treated. So as you can see here, building 8 does straddle the line. So each building consists of 2 units, so we just assigned 1 unit for each district, underlying district. So the number of units here are, buildings 1 through 7, that's 14, 18, so 19 units here, because we divided 8. 1 unit goes to 1 and the other goes to the other district.
So if one of the buildings, which is very close to the line, moved over the line,
You mean like one of these?
yes, from,
So the dimensional placement of these would have to remain as approved. So if the village council was to approve the plan, they couldn't make any changes without having to come back.
So on the underlying, I guess to understand more about the underlying R2 and R3, so PUD says this is a development being done all as one, right?
Yes.
That's what PUD defines.
Yes.
And so the underlying R2 and R3 then just becomes guidance.
Yes.
Is my word, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the PUD ordinance provides, the overall way in which development can occur as long as you follow the guidelines of the PUD ordinance, but it also says that there shouldn't be too much deviation away from the underlying district. So the underlying districts give some sort of semblance to what the PUD's limitations are, as well as the master plan. And so after months and months of meeting with the applicant, we feel that those 2 things are generally in line.
You do? You feel that it's in line?
Yes. Yeah.
Because really between R2 and R3, it becomes really just arbitrary. Once it's looked at as a unit, what part is R2 and what part is R3 and what buildings sit on which piece.
Well, and that's kind of my point here with the
Yeah.
setback in this location, because here the setback's 40 feet. And if the city was okay with proposed buildings at the 40-foot setback,
Right.
but over here at 60 feet, why would there be a concern if it's okay here for then a greater setback of 60 feet be a problem here?
Yep.
So that's why I make the comparison to say, well, building 1 in the underlying zoning district of 60 feet setback requirement, it's encroaching by 19 feet, but if the 40-foot was carried all the way across, it's relatively in line with that setback.
But it's not.
But it's not, because the PUD allows for that flexibility. That's what the ordinance says.
Are we supposed to judge and
It's
they
to your
come to?
preference, yes.
Right.
Yes, it's to your prerogative.
It's not written
It is
in
written.
stone. It is a preference.
It's the flexibility that's allowed to you. Yes, ma'am.
do we want to execute that flexibility in contrary to what the master plan says?
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things we've talked about and quite a bit was front and rear setbacks. What we've never discussed are side setbacks. Setbacks for R2 and R3 are 15 feet sideways. So you have between buildings 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 5 and 6, 3 and 4, 6 and 7, 8, hopefully my glasses here, 8 and 9, and 15 and 16 are less than 30 feet. So those do not meet setback requirements.
Every setback is met for the underlying district.
Not side setbacks.
These are the side setbacks here. So there's a 15-foot.
No, between buildings.
Between buildings.
Between
Yes.
buildings, sideways. So you have some that are 40 feet, some that are 30 feet, and a number of them that are 25
24.
feet,
Yeah, that's how.
which does not meet the side setbacks.
That's a deviation that we're proposing.
But that's.
Yeah.
If at all. Like you said, you look at the whole process.
Yeah, I don't. in
You
terms of
hadn't
the
noticed that?
setback- Pardon?
You hadn't noticed that?
There's no underlying district, I don't believe, that says the distance between the buildings is a requirement.
If,
I'd have to look back.
D, are you saying if they were all individual plots for each building,
Well, I mean,
then it would be like that, but it's not.
side lot setbacks for R2 and R3 are 15 feet. So that you would require 30 feet between each building or more.
No, that's the side yard, that's the
Side
property
yards.
line here.
No.
No,
No,
between,
No, that's the back.
between the
That's the
buildings.
back.
That's the back.
Well, it's not according to my review, but.
Well, no, that's the back.
He's
Your
implying
front and
that
back and
if they
side.
were individual plots, it would be that way, but they're not individual plots. It's a
But they are individual buildings, and I consider that a unit.
The 15-foot setback in this location has been met. These are 40 feet off in excess of the 15.
But between
We're
buildings,
we're
which
not-
would be sides.
we're
That's not-
talking-
You've got front and back and sides.
That's not the property line. This, between the buildings is not a property line that has a setback associated with it.
D. If you follow that reasoning, then the setback, he's just going from the setback from a building to the edge of something.
Right.
But then you'd have problems going from the front of the units to the road, to the built road. Like you get all kinds of problems when you get on that path. It just doesn't work.
Well, not here. You're right.
The setbacks are based on the property line.
So you consider the property line the circumference and not between buildings.
Yes.
It's PUD.
Are these individually taxable units? And I live in a condo, but it's a home condo association. And Outland Trail we have lots with property lines between neighbors.
Sure.
And those property lines decide the size of our property. Now, these people who are living in these units, are they going to have a property line in case somebody encroaches their property line?
No.
Even though they're separate freestanding buildings?
Yes. And I'll have the applicant speak more to that, what the purpose, the underlying purpose is or the establishment of that, but there's no lots that would be considered here. It's just the overall property boundary of the PUD site.
So you're considering all units one collective property.
Yes, sir.
It's much like Bingham Point and Bingham Woods.
Except those are not all separate.
They're not separate buildings, they have common
They're
walls.
conjoined.
Neither are these. You have
Neither-
two
you
units
have
per
two
building.
units.
You have two
You
units
go
that
up.
have zero setback between each other because they're in the same building.
Yeah, if you split it the other way,
Right,
it'd be the same thing.
right.
You have two units right next to each other.
Do you know approximately how much square footage above ground each one of these buildings has? Just to try to visualize the size.
We did the
It's just
analysis
rough.
early on.
Yeah.
I can let Terry speak to that.
Yeah,
He
that's-
can
that's
give you
fine,
that
whoever.
information more readily.
Yeah, okay.
But in terms of the PUD review, I was tasked with bringing you the updated information. The letter that's addressed to you in the packet it does include all the updated information, so I was careful to go through each one of those. However, I do want to point out one typo, and that is towards the back. It's an important one, so in the tables here,
No,
What page number?
this is
Page
page
29.
16.
page 16.
The table for R2 on the bottom, the front lot line setback, I have the original, which was 34 feet in bold, and that should be changed to 42 feet. So that was where I was talking about
Yeah.
the building one kind of improving that. Originally it was 35. So, or I'm sorry, 34, and I just didn't update that in the table to reflect its current 42.
But it's on the drawing that way.
Yes.
It
Yeah,
says
but
40.
in
It
the-
says 41 on the drawing.
41.
And that's from the edge of the building to the heavy black line.
Yes,
Yes.
The slope that comes down, it tapers. Okay, so you're gonna have some water runoff. when that taper ends and becomes flat, how much space is there to building one?
So basically, like this distance here,
Yes.
a few feet. Do you have that number, Jerry?
I don't know exactly. If my, again, I don't want to talk about it. But my view would be if that dimension, when we get into engineering, becomes at all difficult, we would just do some retaining on that berm and cut the edge back and give us enough room to get
A lawnmower.
very good drainage along the edge of the house.
And also on
And
that,
slope away from the house.
and on that note as well, so assuming approvals, the next steps for the PUD would be to go through the site plan review process. So we would go through a full site plan review. It would go through all the different departments for review. And if anything is not to the PUD agreement or is different from what was proposed, for example, if there was some tweaking of the plan that the village engineer required for that type of issue, then it has to go through the site plan review process, which goes back before the planning commission for consideration and approval. So those little changes like that still require a site plan review so that the oversight is follows through with the PUD approvals. Thank you. So again, Mr. Nelson's here. He can go through a lot more of the details. Any more questions, I'll stand by that I can answer. Do you have a presentation?
Yeah. Can you, who should we ask about the garages and the 2 cars parking per unit? I don't understand from the drawing where the garage is and how the cars get to these positions that are on the
Yeah, so the
drawing.
requirement of the ordinance is for two parking spaces per unit, and so these again are 2 units per building. So each building has 4 parking spaces that are enclosed in a garage. And we could go through the details of the layout of where the garages are accessible, but in addition to the garages, you have additional parking spaces. I don't recall the exact number, but there's a significant amount that is in addition to the minimum requirements for each dwelling unit.
For example, this one on the lower right corner, there's 3 cars marked
So-
there. Are those inside of the garage? Where are they?
Those are off-street parking spots.
So two
Where are they-
spaces for 1 unit here, 2 spaces for 1 unit here. So this is where the garage would be for the lower unit and then the upper unit. And then where there's vehicle spaces, those are in addition to the garage spaces. So these
So
are
where-
in addition.
Where is the garage within that building,
This one is here.
where the number 60 is on your drawing?
Yeah.
Those are,
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
so there's 4, that's a 4-car
No,
garage
that's a
then going
2-car
across
garage.
there?
There's 2 per unit.
There's another garage where it says setback. It comes in from the east side, right? One in, yes, the other one in there.
I'm not understanding. So where the number 60 is, that's really a 4-car garage, 2 for unit 1 and 2
Yes.
for the upper unit and 2 for the lower unit?
Yes, but they're
Yes.
separated. They're not
I have
conjoined
some,
inside.
I have some unit plans.
There's some,
They're in the back. I have some.
I don't know if this shows it. There's some elevations.
I have actually different floor plans in my.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the elevations. But all of the garages have been accounted for, the configuration of the driveways, and how the access into the garages are configured. This is the older plan, but we shaded in to show the layout of the parking areas and the vehicular access areas and where the garages are. And each building has accounted for 4 garage units.
I'm just having trouble visualizing how cars are gonna pull in and out of these garages, that's all.
I feel like we talked about this at length in a different meeting, in another meeting. There's two per unit,
Or 2 parking spots.
2 parking spots per unit,
Yes, and they're in
Right.
garages.
and they're in garages. And they're they're not like right next to each other.
No,
And
purposely
Right, on
They're all
purpose,
set.
right.
So when you pull in off a Telegraph and you are pulling into this garage and this first unit to the right here, how do you get from that green roadway into the garage? That's
Turn into the driveway, turn down here, to, one of the units has garage access from here, right here. The other unit, you would pull in and have garage access here. So this is one garage, and then this is another garage. So it's just the way that it was architecturally designed that way. None of them have like 4-car garages all in a line. They're configured differently.
So the cars that are there are additional parking spaces?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And so it seems as though some of these cars are on the roadway. So is,
They're designated parking spaces. So like this, when you pull in off of the private street, that's the only roadway that provides access to the units in the site. Once you pull off of that access drive, you're in more or less a driveway. So it's this area where there's designated parking spaces in addition to the access to the garage parking for each unit.
Is that
so those two
concrete?
cars,
This whole
I mean, when you talk about the setback,
Oh, yeah, it's full.
they're even closer than the 41 feet.
The vehicles wouldn't be subject to setback requirements.
Right, but I mean, technically
Yeah.
speaking, if somebody's crashing down Telegraph and goes in,
They're closer, yeah, they're within the setback. And actually, in this case, they're behind a wall. Not that matters.
Okay.
Is that a curb on each side of the green roadway? What is that? The edge of that? That
Yes.
little thin edge.
There is a curve here, and the width of the private street is 27 feet.
So what's on the edge of the road? Is it a curb? Is it 6 inch?
Concrete curved asphalt paving generally.
So how does a car jump over that curb to turn right into their garage?
They're the same self-mounting curb details we use in all contemporary subdivisions. It's got enough slope in it to carry storm water down to storm drains, but not so much slope that cars can't easily get up and down over them. It's an approved Oakland County Road Commission detail, basically.
Do you want to look up?
Sure. You've got a different, you've got
Oh, you need that after?
Yeah, yeah, I still need that.
Okay.
Word. So I'll hang on to it. So while we're waiting for the technical stuff. Yeah, thank you. Hey, we got a picture. Okay, good. Yeah, so rather than use the PowerPoint, I'm just doing this in a PDF, so ignore the other stuff. But again, this is the old entryway. I didn't redo all of these renderings at this point. But we wanted to talk about a couple things. One, this was at the end of the old presentation. I just moved it up because it was a discussion point that we had last time I was here about a schedule that's been there in the presentations for some time, I think since Planning Commission days, but I just gave it a little more prominence, and it is as I described it last time I was here, which is this development taking about 6 to 8 months to get the site ready for vertical construction, and then vertical construction will deal with sales momentum, some speculative units for sale, and then sold units and model building. So we're looking at a 3 to 4 year build out after we get that taken care of. Next, I guess, Eric already went through, this was the original layout that we had with the building that was partly encroaching, this rec area, which from my point of view, we're doing our market research, we're talking to prospective purchasers. It's not clear that anybody really wants a recreation area, or a children's play area. They like walkability, most of my customers. And they like the fact that we have sidewalks through here, paths through here, you can get out to 14 Mile Road. We're proposing adding sidewalk in the 14 mile right of way as to our east property line. We're proposing connecting up our paths to the existing telegraph sidewalk that's outside of our property, and in the area where the entry will be, we will have the sidewalk probably redone so it's continuous and contiguous along Telegraph. This is Eric's density figure, and we went back and forth on this and had a great time being nerdy about it. But the bottom line is, you can look at it a bunch of ways, but we agreed to agree on Eric's numbers there. So this is really the proposed revision. There's two revisions you're seeing here. One is the new location, building 16, and these rec amenities. Honestly, sir, if you were gonna say they're a structure, I'll just say I won't build them. I'll put some wood chip type things and some passive seating and things like that. And that
no one's
issue
gonna use it, yeah.
will be gone. Yeah, so I don't, and I have it denoted all through this from planning commission and in my marketing materials as optional. I'm not guaranteeing anything in particular there, but there's space, and it could be just empty space. I like the proposed new building location it gave, and that was something I have to credit you folks with, because you pushed me to think a little bit out of the box, and I wanted to, and I tried to take some of the bulk out of that entry area, and so I came up with this concept of having the building here. It's another cul-de-sac building, so even though it sides the Telegraph, it becomes much more private setting. And as you saw from the pictures that we had, Telegraph Road goes downhill through here, and the property kind of rises along Telegraph, and that's where that 9-foot height gets. The road is way below the property over here, which is also beneficial from a noise and isolating traffic situation. So this demonstrates that. I also wanted to point out on here, which I did in the verbally last time we were here, the existing office building that's right here, that's this rectangle, small office building. And this blue line in here is the 40-foot setback, which this building is, as Eric said, is about 41 from our property line, and as he pointed out, about 62 feet from the edge of the curve of Telegraph. The building right next door is at that same 40-foot setback. So what you've got here is just an anomaly from zoning, 40-foot setback along Telegraph, a 40-foot setback on this building along Telegraph, and this area with a 60-foot setback, because it's an R2. The MDOT compliant one-way entry and exit. Again, we had to, it doesn't show on this plan, but there is a turnaround that goes southbound on Telegraph, right opposite the existing Deauville Court.
No, I think that was a cable disconnection.
No.
Nope, there it is. Oh.
No.
Okay.
Because my computer doesn't want to run out of batteries, so. This way. Yeah. So, MDOT said if we push the exit traffic to the north, then they would be satisfied. So we've given them this. The geometry works for large trucks and the fire trucks, etc. And the gate piece of it stays the same. And this new entry monument sign was just a quick landscape architects saying, oh, the old entry didn't work, do something. I would think that, like I said, I don't really need signage as you're leaving here, except probably a sign that says no left turn as you leave. And maybe we'll make a prettier no left turn sign, but so that stuff that's in the right of way there, I'm sure we can get rid of, and I think we could probably work through any right of way encroachment with any walls or signage in here. We can do that, I'm sure, between the planning commission and MDOT and us. Lastly, or that is the last piece on that, it's the new entry sign. So these I just blew them up a little bit to highlight those three pieces in here. One, the 40-foot setback issue. I just blew it up to say, here it is, the building is in conformity with this and this. So it's the only exception we're asking for from dimensional standards on the R2 and the R3 period. That's it. This is just highlighting the new entry, and this is highlighting that where we're swapping out the building with the rec amenity space. This Eric went through also, that we have this 60-foot on all but building 11, and building 11 by underlying district standards could be 35-foot, actually building 9, 10, and 11 could be a 35-foot under existing R3 standards. We pushed them all back to 60 and provided the berming and the screening in here, which is partly responsible for some of the 25-foot between buildings and things like that that are occurring on the site, because we did more than we were really required to do in terms of honoring our setbacks to our neighbors to the east. But happy to do it. I think it provides a great product, and the buffer is great. The other thing is this corner right here. From a grading perspective, that corner right now, sheet flows off to the south and to the east. It causes my neighbor with the office building problems. He's got stagnant water behind there. He came to an early planning commission meeting and introduced himself, and he was thrilled that we're going to reduce any flow to his property. And we're reducing it by picking this corner up and putting the berm there, and it acts like a table or a driveway with a curb, and it pushes the water into a drainage system that all goes out to the north. So that's part and parcel of that plan. We also had discussion about the at the northern part of the berm, or the far east part of the berm. How are we going to maintain it? It's got, we're going to try and make it more wildflower type stuff, but weeds get in and it has to be maintained. So we created this 4-foot buffer between our neighbor's property line and the toe, the very beginning of the berm, so that we could have equipment come down there and people come down there to weed whack and pull weeds and replant or do whatever needs to be done. Again, that was a planning commission suggestion, and we accepted that and took care of it. We have a discussion, and Eric's aware of this, and I think he was going, at least running it by council. I see he didn't come tonight. Regarding trees.
Who did come tonight?
Your attorney.
Oh, the attorney.
Yeah.
That's Mike.
Yeah,
Mike.
Mike,
Sorry,
okay.
yeah.
So the PUD agreement and this whole concept, so it is based on, and I have a long form letter that again has been available, and I'll make it available to anyone on the board who needs to look at it, but it wasn't in a package. It basically says your tree ordinance is says that you have replacement trees that are minimum 2.5 inches. And for certain size trees that are removed, you have to replace with 1 or 2 or 3 of those 2.5-inch trees. I asked Eric early on what his interpretation of that is if we were to use larger trees, because in most places, Bloomfield Township for one, Franklin for another, where we use larger trees, we get credit. So they'll say, well, plant a 5-inch tree, and that's equal to 2 3-inch trees because they're more expensive, they're bigger, they're more substantial. And your ordinance doesn't read that way. It reads 2.5-inch trees. I would look like a nursery of little trees if I were to plant it that way. So the bottom line is, your attorney has it to look at and opine about. I think there are ways that you can include it in our PUD agreement to basically say our landscape plan is is satisfied with the tree ordinance in this case. And the main thing is that we're looking at 1,040, we call caliper inches, thickness of a tree. If I did all 2.5-inch trees, our calculations say it would require 350 times 2.5 inches is 875. So we're like 20% or more trees that we're proposing by this landscape plan than what would be required under your ordinance in terms of size, but not more in quantity. Because I won't have 350. I've got these quantities that are listed on here.
Can you just give me an idea of what types of trees you're planting?
They're all listed here. There's maple, there's oak, there's sycamore, there's beech, there's gum, there's
In the packet.
yeah,
Yeah, we have-
there's spruce, there's cedar, there's birch.
You know, what I'm getting at is we have some that we have asked residents not to plant.
We'll
So we should
comply with
probably-
any of
yeah.
that.
We
Yeah.
should
Yeah.
provide that.
These things on the landscape plan,
That's-
again, the landscape architect
Yeah.
does it with his best intent.
Right.
Sometimes they're not available. Can't buy them
Exactly.
anywhere. And sometimes they're not in favor in communities that they're being proposed to be put in. So, yeah, but the size, we're looking to have this as part of the PUD.
One more thing about the trees that we discussed that I would like to see as part of the agreement is that dead or diseased trees be replaced within a specified amount of time. Just, so I just wanna make sure that that's stated somewhere in an agreement.
Yeah.
That if a tree dies, obviously if it dies in, December or something, you don't replace it until spring or until something's available, but I just know we discussed that in planning and I just wanna make sure it's part of the agreement that it'll be replaced within a specified amount of time.
Well, the good news is, in the case of this development, should we be favored with being approved, that it is a condominium development, a traditional condominium development, not a site condominium. So the buildings are the buildings. They used to say back in the old days that the owners own from coat of paint to coat of paint the interior. It's a very, very esoteric concept. And some years ago, they started saying, well, why can't we just do the condominium as the lot, the site, and avoid the Plat Act? So they came up with the device of site condos, which is what you have at Outland, I believe. So this, in the site condo, looks and acts just like a lot. You own to your lot lines, you have setbacks just like a lot. They get reviewed just like a house on a lot. And then you have traditional condominiums, which this is, and we have the ability to define areas as what we call limited common element. So we can say, well, the area of your front porch, that's for your use and enjoyment, or the area in front of your driveway, that's a limited common element. The neighbor can't come from 4 houses down and decide to camp out on your front porch because it's part of the condominium. So that is all done by the engineer, the attorneys, and us, in defining these condominiums, and we have the document, which I'm sure most of you've seen, a master deed, that has all kinds of drawings that says what each part of this is, what the area between the buildings is, et cetera. So that documentation is standard and required, and it gives you a strong community homeowners association that has to have reserves, has to budget, has to go about making sure they collect their dues and stay within their budget, and has certain obligations. In this case, all the landscape maintenance, snow removal, and tree maintenance, including something removing and replacing diseased or dead trees. We don't need this on anymore, I don't think. Would be part of that homeowners association. And it's usually we have a professional management company that manages it. And for neighbors and for anybody in the community, to me, it's a much better thing to have, because you don't have some stubborn person who's got a dead tree on their back of their property that you're trying to get them to remove it. You've got a homeowners association that's responsible for this maintenance. Same thing, the entry starts to look shabby. There's one point where you go and you say, you're not keeping this place up to the standards of Bingham Farms. This is, we're a quality community. You can't have weeds in your entryway. And so there's recourse for all that. And they also would be responsible for maintaining the drainage in this community, both from the point of view of their own detention basin that picks up all the heavy storm drainage and only discharges it at a certain rate. Interior, their storm sewers get clogged up, they have to unclog them, it's not you. The only thing that the village, and they're taking care of their roads. So if they may, as I understand it, they can get taxed for road improvements in a special assessment district, but they're not going to get the benefit of having their roads improved, ever. That's just the way it is. You don't have an obligation to take care of those internal roads. They do. So there's, I think, a lot of benefits in having that. The other thing about these dimensional standards in the underlying districts and densities and open space, as Erica said, we exceed all the open space requirements by quite a bit, even though the units may be perceptively 25 feet instead of 30 feet apart, like a house could be in some instances. The question was asked about the size of buildings. These are high luxury, so the way this is drawn, they're 3,000 square feet of unit of the basement is 3,000 square feet roughly, give or take. The garages, the two of them together, probably about 900 square feet. So the ground footprint is about 3,900, 4,000 square feet, which is the size of many empty nester ranch homes that we're building in other communities.
But the overall building would be
and then
that
you
times
add,
two.
Yeah, then you add
So it'd be roughly an 8,000 square.
Yeah, you add the second floor has about 3,500 square feet because there's some built-in bonus space. And then they both have access to a portion of the lower of the basement. Most of the basements here are in ground, some have some daylight. I don't think I have any true walkouts anymore. I think that those have gone by the wayside. So we have that. To me, we're looking at a project that once was an assisted living facility with how many beds, Mark? Hundreds? So that was approved here years ago, didn't get built. So compare it to an assisted living facility in one large building that would be at least 2 stories out of the ground, and have parking lots with lights around the parking lots, and people coming and going at all hours of the day. And then an office building that would be a little quieter use, that was also 2 stories out of the ground, and had lots of parking field adjacent to the neighbors. I think this is a hugely superior project, and I understand the thoughts about density, but this is Telegraph Road. Your master plan says that Telegraph Road is the only place for this for a mixed use PUD. You can't have a residential PUD on 14 Mile Road, but that's kind of doubtful, as I understand it, that one will ever happen. But the fact that we're on Telegraph Road is the only reason that we are even being considered for a PUD. And we've done our utmost, and I think it's evidenced by the fact that, nobody's here complaining about our project, because I've tried to go the extra mile to satisfy our neighbors that when this is done, they're going to have a really well-maintained, well-regulated site behind them that's not going to have people dumping trash in a cul-de-sac that's abandoned, or parking cars there and doing whatever they do at night, or rummaging through an old house that Mark hasn't yet got around to tearing down, it's vacant, and an old rickety barn building. I mean, all that stuff's going to go away, and this is going to be a first-class community. And we're very excited about it, and I would urge you to consider giving us an approval of the PUD so that we can get to work on the site plan review with the engineers and get our PUD agreement put together. There's another thing that I would put, and I had a draft PUD agreement we've done, but that for neighbors, there's a lighting code now that's become nationally called dark skies compliant fixtures. You've probably seen that or heard of it, and I think even in commercial they're required now. But they're fixtures that don't allow light to spread over the property line and interfere with the neighbors. And when I say the neighbors, I'm talking really about the people on the east side of us. And we will require that any fixture on the back of these homes be dark sky compliant. I will not allow and we'll put it in our restrictions, any like floodlights on the backs of these homes that would point over to these properties to the east. Although there's nothing I can do about them if they happen to do that. But it's okay. Because we just want to be good neighbors. And but that's the state of the art of these dark sky compliant fixtures, and not having these floodlights shining. If people, we've got a gated community, so it's going to help with security. And if they really feel that having a nice light that goes down and lights up the backyard, and having a Nest camera or whatever back there isn't enough, then maybe they shouldn't be there. So I think that's about all. I think I've addressed those questions that I noted.
Are there any other questions?
Terry, on a more of a, it's not necessarily a personal note, but in looking over some of the interior plans, can the paramedics get a stretcher out of the second story?
Well, the stairway for sure, and they're not.
Is it gonna be wide enough to get a stretcher around it?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
We asked that.
It'll be at least as accessible as any 2-story home on the stairway. The elevator, I can't guarantee that they can get a stretcher going up, but not with a body on it. No, it's not going to work.
Okay.
You've got the fire chief.
Trash pickup, how's that gonna be?
So we would either contract with whoever the village requests us to, if it means anything to the village, if it's helpful, or we would just make our own contract with, whatever their name, GFL or whatever their name is lately.
Car trucking.
Yeah, so, but that, again, that's part of homeowners association, budgeted line item. Irrigation, similarly, same thing.
And mail delivery, where does that happen?
So mail delivery, will probably, in most of the communities of this size, the post office is now preferring a gang box at some location. Depending on the post office and their preferences, that could be, so that could be, I'm thinking like on the back of this island would be a decent spot for it, where someone would pull over and stop, get their mail, and then back up and go in. Or if it's inside the community, probably in front of this area over here. It would be, the gates have what they call a Knox box. So it's not an attended gate, but with the technology we have now, homeowners can get a call if they're in Arizona or Florida or wherever, to buzz somebody in or out, and it tracks, who did it, who opened it up. So it's pretty cool and pretty user-friendly, with an app usually.
So there's gonna be a gate at
Yes.
the entrance and exit lanes?
Right, yes, right there and there. Stacked way back off the Telegraph, so that if there's a lot of traffic, we're not backing up to Telegraph.
How many cars can queue up to that gate off of Telegraph?
Well, it's, according to Eric, it's about 65, and then there's another, it's probably 75 feet, so that's like a half a dozen cars.
Is there one
Five cars, it's 15 feet.
one
16
entrance
feet.
gate and one exit gate?
Yes,
And how does an Amazon guy get in there?
but they can give out a code for a FedEx and Amazon, whatever. And again, because the codes are unique, you'll know that that's the code and that's who got let in.
Are there any other questions?
I want to kind of circle back to something I think you said earlier, which is you haven't heard anything from the neighbors to the east with questions and concerns since you moved it. You did the Birmingham, all the updates you did from there. You haven't heard any concerns from anyone.
It goes beyond that. We presented this screening analysis for them.
I remember
And
that,
then we updated that to include the
Right.
telegraph units. And that, when we gave that screening analysis, each and every one of them is on an email chain with me, and they all have my cell phone number.
But I just say you haven't heard anything recently in the
No.
last month or two of more concerns from any of
They
them.
didn't come to planning.
And
I mean, they did,
Again,
yeah,
but not recently.
Not
Everybody
recently.
seems, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, since I've been at the village council.
right. So to me, it's that those are the people who are
Dean came in on that one early meeting.
Right.
But other than that, and when we left, he was pretty mellow
Yeah,
and
they seem
understanding.
satisfied with the berming and the sight lines
Yeah.
and all
That's-
that.
Yeah, because they're the ones who are being affected by a change that they're not used to. Now, granted, if this just was what it was, somebody could build a house on that singular lot closer than these would be. So they're actually getting potential
Yeah,
benefit.
I actually drew a plan that I presented at planning,
Yeah, right.
that where I said, okay, we could have like
9 houses.
9 or 10 lots across this. The pond doesn't have to be here.
Right.
Yeah, and each one of those could put a pool or a tennis court or whatever in
Yep.
their backyard.
Okay. That's all.
35 feet.
How does the retention pond work? Just what's the,
So how it works is it collects all the storm water from the street and rear yard. So and that's why the trees have to go, because we have to pick up rear yard drainage and front yard drainage and road drainage. So it picks that all up in a pipe system, and it comes out into the pond here. It has a pretreatment, mechanical pretreatment thing, I'll be technical, that's in here. That's why this road has to be there to service it, so they can come and vac out the pre-treatment if it gets plugged up, or vac out the pond if it starts getting silted up, which once it's stabilized and we're past construction, it should be relatively maintenance-free, but during construction, dirt gets in. But anyway, so the water flows into here. There's a controlled outlet level here that's calculated so that it doesn't overflow in most storm events, but in some horrendous storm events, it could overflow. And if it overflows, it goes out to the Snow Creek. But normally what it would do is if it gets up high, it outlets at a controlled basis to that creek. And it's putting clean water out if it's working properly to that creek, which the engineering's gotten great on these things, and they work well when they're executed correctly. It's way better than it used to be.
We have an ordinance against second-story or two-story entrances or balconies, patios, porches.
We don't.
No.
The front door.
The front door,
You can't have a two-story front porch.
that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been up and down and through the book here. I think, like I said, we're in terms of actual dimensional variances, there's two things. The density thing's interesting because the only place, and I've read the whole ordinance, we saw the residential
Oh,
part.
I'm sorry.
Commercial. You have a schedule of regulations which says, that house must be so much from the front, so much from the side, so much from the back. Can only be so high. They got to take into account the height of the house in terms of setbacks. There is not a word in there anywhere about density, but in the PUD ordinance, PUD portion of the zoning ordinance, they came up with and put in this net density calculation. But it doesn't reference anything. There's no numerical standard in your zoning ordinance for density. So the only guidance you have, and that's why Eric keeps telling me it's guidance, not gospel, is the master plan. It says 2.5 to 4.3. And we're way under that 4.3 if you look at on the, Eric has it right here. There it is. So on gross acreage, we're 9.08 acres gross. And that's after we've given Oakland County this piece of right-of-way that they don't currently own. So 9 acres gross, and on his gross density, it doesn't have it listed on here, but it comes down well into that 2.5 that's for each side individually, for the R2, for the R3, and for the whole thing combined. But it's when you get to this net density, we happen to be blessed with a huge easement for water main, big water main that runs through there, and lots of other things. The pond and this service drive and a little bit of wetlands where the creek is that we're not planning on disturbing at all. Anyway, so that I lose almost 2 acres of land that's really there. It's not gone. It's there. Its easement is open space, and it counts for open space, but it doesn't count for density according to that ordinance. So I stopped arguing with Eric and I accepted his numbers.
We're splitting hairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I got a couple of comments. So the reason I asked the question about the approximate square footage above ground is because I think most people have trouble visualizing, certainly from something this size, what something's going to look like when it's built. I mean, there's not even many single-family homes in Bingham Farms that are 7,500 square feet above ground. There's a few. All of the ones that we have are single-family homes built on anywhere from 2 to 6 acre lots. So I think one thing as I'm trying to visualize this is these are very, very large homes. I get it. There's 2 in each, but they're very large buildings. And we've got 7 acres here, and you do, I don't, but you have 7 acres here. And you're going to put 16 of these very large homes on about 7 acres. So it's just a visualization. Other than that, it doesn't mean anything. But I also struggle. This is my personal struggle, that the master plan does have a density calculation. We've agreed that it is what it is, and it's over, but it's the maximum that's allowed. And I don't know. I mean, I don't see any situation in the village up until now where to get because what we've done here, what you guys have done here, is build a very large footprint home, and you've maximized the density by putting another large home on top of that home. So you've gotten the maximum density by going vertical. I don't know if that's for or against the master plan. It would be at least possible for me to suggest that maybe the intention of the master plan never considered going vertical to get such a maximum density. So it's a big building, and I'm just throwing out things.
I can address that. I don't know if I have the picture. I don't want to search around for the picture, but in your master plan document, you talk about this site and also the backs of the sites behind some of the office properties along Telegraph Road as being suitable for townhome type developments, which are by nature 2-story.
But they're single family.
And they can be attached.
Yeah, but they're single family.
Yeah. So, well, these are single family too. They're just divided horizontally instead of vertically.
Well, and that's what I said, to get density.
But anyway, what I was going to say is look in your master plan document, and the picture that you have in there, there's a building in Birmingham that's called the Dakota, and it's right off of Woodward, and it's probably 16,000 square feet. And that's the example that's sitting there next to this suggested townhouse. And it is a 3-story building with units, I think 2 per floor, and 1 unit happened to be, there's I think 5 in the building. 1 unit picked up the whole floor. And so there's 2 units, 1 unit, 2 units, 5 of them. It's a 16,000 foot building. And that's what you put in the master plan as an inspiration for what these attached townhomes would look like. And again, I can't emphasize enough. When you take your friends for a tour around Bingham Farms, I highly doubt you take them out to Telegraph Road and show them how wonderful of a telegraph is, but they're nice tax-paying office and medical buildings and things like that. This just happens to be residential, and I just feel that the time is now, because the demand we're getting for these types of units, the quality of Bingham Farms and Birmingham schools and closeness to Birmingham and walkability from here into the rest of Bingham Farms. So my homeowners will probably want to come and enjoy the streets and the subdivisions in Bingham Farms, and they're going to love them. But that I think is you got to make a mental shift to it's still Telegraph.
No, well, okay, so that's fair.
Yeah.
So just a couple other quick comments. So you're going to clear cut the property. That's been clear all along. Was there any consideration of trying to save any of these heritage trees? I've walked the property. Most of it's a bunch of overgrown brush.
Yeah.
But there's some what I would call heritage trees there.
Yeah, I have my eyes on them, and we get into it. They've all been tagged and categorized.
That was one of my questions, so that's good, they've all been tagged.
Yeah, but we've got to go back, because it was when they did the other development some years ago, so they've grown some, and maybe some have died too. But we're going to look and see if there are some opportunities.
Keep you safe,
Yeah, but I can't guarantee it at this point.
So you mentioned you're going to build properties as sold.
Yes.
And so you build 2 or 3, and then there's no sales. How long can you sustain this without selling one?
For a pretty decent amount of time. So the way that we would intend to develop this is, it would be a complete site from the outside looking in, really at the end of that 8-month schedule that I have. All the berms are established, the trees are planted, there's screening from telegraph, the road is in, and the fact of whether the buildings are there or not is going to be sort of not really all that relevant or important. And what we will do, though, is each of the sites will be graded and seeded if they're not immediately going into construction. And we, with the association, as long as we're still owning those pads, will be supplementing as a developer in order to keep them mowed and clean and free from debris, so that the homeowners that live next to them aren't upset with them. But like any privately held company, we could suffer economic disaster, things could happen. I can't deny that. But from the outside, with all of the perimeter being pretty much man-made landscape, it's going to be really complete when that development phase is complete.
Well, not for us. It'll be complete when it's built. So, it's,
Well, when you
talk
say
about
that-
tax dollars and generating tens of thousands of dollars per house. That's not gonna apply to it.
But I don't understand how anything going in there is going to go through that turmoil. Like anything,
Private homes will go through that.
right? There's a ton of things, and there's a ton of different aspects that this is going to take time. It's not.
Yeah.
It's taken a long time already. However many
I
years I've
think
been.
those that are investing in it are gonna do their best to get this.
Yes, Mark's going to
done.
want to make this happen. So.
I have only one other question. So earlier, at least this is what I thought I heard, that units 1 and 16 were almost being considered as optional because they're the ones closest to Telegraph Road, and if they don't get built, so we would, I guess you would put some kind of mulch and seed, do whatever. I think we talked about this a little bit at the last meeting. If they don't sell and you're not concerned about it, if they don't sell, what would you consider just not building them, just not even putting them in the plan? That solves any of the concerns about setbacks and densities, and maybe you can even keep some trees and have some more common ground for people to enjoy. Has that even been part of the conversation, if you're okay to even consider them as optional?
At the last meeting, Mark spoke, and he's here, but I don't think he really needs to speak again. But, as the landowner, he wants to maximize his return on his investment, his family's investment over decades. And I have certain marks that I would try to hit. What I would certainly say, if you find that, this building, the new location, is, I think, awesome, because as you saw that, it sits well
okay.
above
And the question
Telegraph.
is just, would you consider?
Yeah.
So the
But-
question
but-
is, would you consider 2 less?
So I would consider doing something along the line of saying, we won't build one right away, so we won't be having that unit there. And if it turned out that it just didn't make sense and we didn't build it, we would make, the condominiums can be expandable and contractable as long as it's done in the master deed. So, because it has an effect on everybody else. You tell them it's $500 a month for dues, and now you take away 2 units, and they go, well, who's going to pay the dues for those 2 units, guys? So, and there isn't a whole lot of savings by what they don't have to do to maintain that building. But we can, I believe, make it legally contractable. And we could also say, put some thing on and say, until we're 2/3 sold or something of all the other buildings, we can't build building one or something like that. To make it so that it's not an issue, at least from the beginning. But if the demand's there that we could do it, that would be sort of
Is that something worked out in the PUD agreement?
oh, yeah. I'm giving you, our very simple language. I'm sure we can make it really complicated in the PUD. No, we could go along that. But yes, it would be a condition of the PUD, just like the landscape and dead tree replacement and lighting and any of those things as we get into the PUD that you want, that are above and beyond what you can do in a normal subdivision, plat, or even site condo. We can do accommodate those things. And I'm talking a good game of high-end development, but I will put my, I'll talk the talk, but I'll walk the walk too. And as long as there's not something that's outlandish, we're gonna get through the PUD agreement, I think, just fine, 'cause I'm pretty
Okay, so you're open
agreeable.
to that.
And that PUD agreement is.
Comes back to
after it's
you.
Worked out, it come back to us for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be at the very tail end of that whole unit, or all the building.
No, the PUD agreement,
No,
oh, the
building
unit
number
one?
one.
Yeah, I don't think they say it has to be the last unit, but certainly a performance standard that we've got, say, 2/3 of the buildings constructed, and then we can do building one. I would even be able to say we won't do it unless, it's got pre-sales in it, so that,
So people know what they're,
yeah. And so it's not gonna sit vacant.
Mhm.
I don't want that any more than you do.
So you would
Less
never
than
build,
you do.
you'd never build one on spec then?
I would, but I'm saying if you're concerned about it never being sold or occupied, I'm willing to wait to build it, and I'm willing to put a condition in there that they have a sale attached to it of at least one of the homes. So that,
So your model then would be either 2 or 15.
probably this or this, yeah.
Anybody ready to make a motion?
I disconnect.
So I'm thinking what to modify based on what we just talked about. And I think that's the only, I make a motion, we approve this PUD, plan. I guess the only things to add to it are the things that were discussed tonight, which are clarifications around trees and work on trees. And for building one, that it be built later in the phases based on some math of 60% or something like that. And be sold to not sit empty.
So with conditions as presented.
Conditions as presented here, yes.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion?
You said building one, but
Yeah.
what about building 16? Were we also gonna work that out in the PUD agreement too?
Which one is 16?
The one that got moved.
Oh, the one that got moved. Yeah, this one.
Hmm?
Yeah, this one here that got moved.
I feel like one is the one that's kind of been outstanding.
Just one.
One is the one that's in violation
Yes.
of the setback.
the underlying setback, yes.
Yes.
But it's,
16 is no longer in violation.
And if you, in the end, you didn't do one, there's not a density problem, but if you end up doing it, there's still a density
Mhm.
problem.
yeah, density is, we're down to splitting hairs with the density, I think.
Well, I think so too. I mean, when you have a range and we go over the range, we're over. I mean, it's, I don't know where you decide is
Well-
too, when are we too far over to say what's not really over? That's my only concern.
I think it's the intent of the whole thing,
Yeah.
right? We're the PUD allows us to look at this whole thing to see what it is,
Yeah.
what they're proposing, right, and all the different aspects that they've gone through and done. Like I said, I was most concerned about the people to the east and what that's going to do to them because they're existing. Anyone buying into this is buying.
They're the ones that are going
They're buying
to have it there.
the density that it's at, and they don't care whether it's 4.3 or 4.4. And so,
Sorry.
with all of that, it's right. It's on Telegraph. It's much better than all of the office buildings. Right? People get to see that. They're very nice architecturally. There's a lot of things nice about this. I like this a ton better than the memory care was done. And Mark's a part of the community and wants to stay a part of the community. And so I like all that. Eric, you had something?
I was just going to say one of the things that we took into consideration when looking at the density is that the PUD ordinance states that density is to be taken by net area. We went through all that, how you calculate, not the gross, but when the master plan mentions density, it doesn't specify whether it's net or gross. So therefore, if we assume it's net, then that's where it's over by a slight amount. But if the master plan's intention was to say gross, then it meets the density requirements if it was to be considered gross. So just something else to kind of keep in mind.
Well, that's a good change to the master plan.
But it's
Because
not
again-
there now.
Yeah.
It's not there now.
Right.
I know.
And just to be, just be perfectly transparent, I guess. There's a few of us in this room that have lived through developers doing things like leveraging density, buying two properties that had a connecting boundary, and that's the way they were trying to get around how many places they could build, and so, people are looking to make money. I get it. We all do, but there's been a few of in this room that have had some bad experiences trying to defend against that, and I don't know really still, although like I said in the prior meeting, I'd love to see this property developed, is that we don't do something that 2 years from now we would regret because now we got somebody else in here wanting to leverage density. Oh, it's not too much over, but it's a little bit over. The setbacks aren't too much encroached, but they're a little bit encroached. So you just get into all those things. The truth is, there's not a lot of undeveloped property in Bingham Farms. But I will tell you, over time, what's to prevent somebody from buying 3 houses next door to each other on Bristol Lane and tearing the houses down and doing something like this?
They cannot.
Yeah. You can't
No.
do that.
But well, that's what I want to hear. So they can't do that.
We have a lot of, you can't do that, but we still do that.
Yeah, we still do
Your
it.
office
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's specific to Telegraph.
Yeah,
Right.
it would probably be one of your office properties on Telegraph that someone would come and buy it saying, it's like, we can't
Yeah.
lease it, we can't get it occupied.
Well,
It's old, let's knock it down and let's build a house.
but believe me, it's been tried.
Yeah.
What we just suggested has been tried.
Well, and also the master plan is like a living, breathing document, right? It's looked at every 5 years. So we're gonna discuss tonight changing the master plan. So, it's not something was set 50 years ago and it hasn't changed. I mean, as times change, it does change. And, the building sitting next to us, I think there's pictures in the master plan of it being mixed use with retail underneath and living space up above, which is something that probably 50 years ago, nobody in Bingham Farms would have entertained. So I just want to throw that out there as well, is that, as times change, the master plan sort of changes along with it. And we'll see that in action tonight.
I think you read what our goals are as trustees and what we're charged with doing. And it's to keep the culture, the character, the safety, all the aspects of why people come here, why they want to live here. It's not because 6 acres have 16 8,000 square foot buildings on them. It's because the yards are spacious. There are natural boundaries between them, not fences. We've got beautiful shrubs and trees. Not a lot of hedges, not a lot of arborvitae, but arborvitae is not
Buried them.
landscaping.
Yeah.
Arborvitae is just plant a tree. It's not the same. And I think what we want to do is make sure with the master plan is that we don't give up everything. I don't think we need to give up everything. I think we can keep what we have, but we have to look at the rules. There's a reason why these numbers are there. Everybody has their own vote and their own perception. I just hate to see us marginalizing what a lot of people have followed. That's all.
There's a first and a second, so I have to make sure that the conversation sticks to what the motion was. Yes. Yes. So there's a first, a second, discussion. Should we do roll call or just do motion? Motion. Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye, no. Two.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We put our trust in you, Terry.
I appreciate
Oh, geez.
Is that dangerous to do?
He's a. Oh.
Next,
I'll always do my best.
thank you for waiting. Next, we're gonna move to the Timber Trail bollards discussion. I added this because a resident had approached Ray. I'll just give a little bit of a background here. A resident approached Ray, and Ray approached me about our ideas for the Timber Trail bollards, which were voted on last month. But we're with the new idea that was being brought forward, we're still very much within the bounds of what we were voting on. The residents along Hickory have come forward and said that they would like something a little more aesthetically pleasing than what was proposed. I think a lot of what we were thinking about was the cost, but I do feel like the residents have come forward, they have ideas, and they would like to put those ideas forward and that we could reconsider what we voted on last month, and they are here tonight.
My name is Mark Milner. My legs are falling asleep on my guys. I'm from 23520 Shagwood, and just as you were saying, and Kathy were saying about the essence of the area and the environment is, right now, just the general feeling is the ballards that we have, or what are they called?
Bollards.
Bollards are
Pretty ugly.
they're the yellow, commercial looking bollards. They have red reflective tape on them. I went through, I'm a designer. I used to work for Ford and retired, but that doesn't mean anything here because I'm not a designer for landscaping, but I made a similar condition. I put 2 stone columns on either side of the entrance. And where the yellow ones were, I turned them into more of a kind of a brown with a brown post. So they're less, they blend more with the environment. And so it looks like this. I put 2 fences on either side to prevent machinery or anything going around it. So it's just meant to be cleaned up and look more like it's part of the neighborhood. So I can pass these around because I know you can't see them.
We have them.
We have it.
Yeah.
This one here?
Yeah.
You got it, okay. So
Yep, Jamie put them in.
can I
there.
pass these to
Sure.
Yeah, so that, the intention was that most of the time when I'm taking my walks through the neighborhood, this comes up because the tape's going everywhere, from the bollard to the trees. And it's just, it just needs to look like a cleaned up entrance that kind of matches some of the other fences in the neighborhood. Going down the hill, coming up the hill. It's the one coming across from Shag, when you come out of there and there's a nice wooden fence. So that matches that image.
It
So
looks
if you
nice.
would like to see them, I
It
can
looks
pass
really nice. Are you proposing to do it on both ends? The same way on both ends?
Yeah.
Okay.
at both ends.
Okay.
So I can pass it around.
Yeah,
If I-
We have it.
What's the biggest space between the two posts?
I guess
what is
we'd
that?
look to Ray for that, for whatever that distance
It's
is.
just a visual sketch.
Yeah, Ray can speak to all,
Yeah.
everything that needs to be done legally.
Well,
Okay, get a car
my
through
concern is we don't want a little car to be able to sneak through the
Right,
opening.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that.
Motorcycle.
It has to be
slip through there.
handicap accessible and all that, and Ray can speak to that.
So, as Lisa said, I received that image from one of the neighbors on Hickory Hollow. I'm not gonna say which one, but, so, I
Right
didn't,
near my house, it looks like a police line.
yeah, it's a
Let,
bit
let
of,
me just clarify one thing real quick. So in the beginning, they said, oh, you need to because it's gonna block traffic and it needs to be visible and blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
I don't think that that's so much the case anymore. And then, we had them stolen, which is why the caution tape ended up there. We don't like the caution tape either. But, we only meet once a month, so things are slow. But yes, I agree with you. It doesn't look good, but unfortunately, our first stab at it, somebody stole 3 of them.
I will say,
So,
if I may.
Yeah.
Those bollards that are on each side, they're not even in the ground.
yeah,
Someone could also steal them if they
Right.
wanted, just pick them up.
yeah.
Because they're not even screwed in.
Some of the
Just let you
bolts
know. Yeah.
have been taken out.
One by mine, there's no bolts in it.
Right.
it was stolen and put
Oh,
back,
I know,
yeah, so.
well aware.
Right. So, I was looking up, I looked at your photo and I was just looking if I was to DIY it myself, because they make those kits at Lowe's for like a column that you can buy that comes with a cap and everything. So I kind of got prices on my own, and then if I did a pressure treated wood versus like a vinyl PVC based wood, and then something that we were thinking through is the bollards. So we have a water main running through that walkway and then a sanitary as well. So we need removable bollards at least on one end, so that if we ever needed to service that, we could. So those are really design thoughts. So then I got a hold of Jerry Johnston, who's basically does the landscaping for the village, and here and there he'll do some like odd jobs. And he gave us a price which was pretty spot on to what I was estimating, at about $4,000 to $5,000 a column. So if you did one side, it'd be $9,000 to $10,000 or $20,000 if you did both sides, which I thought was very reasonable. Like if I was to buy all the tools and do it myself, it's getting pretty close.
The color of the bollards can still be a more neutral color though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the big thing I'd want to make sure we have on the bollards is a reflective strip, because if someone's driving at night or drunk driving, there needs to be something that can blind them at least a little bit, other than the signs. And then the other thing again is, if we did put removable bollards on one side, we would still want to have permanent ones on another side, because people have been stealing them. And so if they steal them on one side, they're not really going to get very far, not being able to drive their car through. And one other thing to think about is maintenance. So we want a mower to be able to get around. So just, when we measure that out, we need to think of how a zero-turn mower could get in there. So that was really the big design sides. But after talking quite a bit with Jerry, I mean, this is all something he could do. He wouldn't even buy a kit. He would assemble the columns himself, and he gave us a really good price. All the materials we talked through, putting footings and stuff. So, because these columns need to act as a structural member as well. So we can't just put a decorative column. A car needs to be able to be stopped if it, God forbid, hits it. So, it's up to the village on if you guys think it's worth the money to, but, I like that this is coming from the residents that actually have to live there and look at it. So I just think it's worth talking about, and I thought it was nice of Lisa to give you guys the podium to do that. So.
I appreciate it.
I like the idea a lot from the perspective of when we were talking last time. I didn't voice it, but I like the ideas of the planters, but people didn't want to be planting flowers in them or what was going to eat them. I'm like, well, my mother-in-law plants flowers at the end of her street for everybody to enjoy, but the planters just seemed a lot nicer than a bollard, but more maintenance.
I agree.
So that didn't, but we didn't have this kind of an idea, and the people who have to walk by it every day is very impactful.
Yeah, these are very, very nicely done.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah,
Much more the character of the village. I was thinking last night too, these bollards are not the character of the village, which we hear so much about, but that's what got
You
voted
don't
in,
like
so.
McDonald's?
I don't like the McDonald's bollards at all. So, I just felt like the residents are coming to us. We need to listen to residents. I think it looks 100 times better. The cost is not much. I think we should do it at both ends, because if we do it at one end, the other people are gonna come
Yeah.
and say,
Right.
hey,
Because it's double.
how come you did it at that end and not our end? And the other end is the one that most, like, people driving through the village are gonna see, because that's the
I
one
think-
off
I think
of
we should do
Bingham
both.
Road.
And again, still stick with what we had talked about last time, the one end is permanent, the other end is removable.
And we could get the same kind of bollards and just cast them different, so one we could cast over the bolts, and then the other one we could have basically exposed bolts, so if they needed access, they could. Or we could use locks, I mean, that we have movement with, but really the big thing was the columns.
Right.
I think that's what would change.
So our idea is to make it so at one end you cannot move the stuff, so if they decide to move at one end and they drive to the other end, they're gonna turn around and come back. I think people will learn pretty quickly. Right, but
I know the trick. Is the plan to mow the grass
on the sides, I
on the
believe,
sides?
or I'm not,
Timber?
yeah, no.
Don't think
At
we
this point,
finalized
we're
that
not
discussion.
maintaining the pathway,
It's gonna get long.
right?
It's up there now.
Yeah, the pathway we really can't maintain. I know people wanted us to shovel it and blow all the acorns and that kind of thing off. Our attorney has recommended us not do that, because once you start doing it, you become liable. It's the same reason why we don't plow sidewalks on Telegraph, or 13 Mile, because once you plow the snow, even if it snows 5 minutes later, if you moved what God put there, then now you're liable. So it's the same thing with that. If we blew it, in the morning and a big windstorm came through and made it full of leaves and acorns again, we would then be liable for anything that happened on there. So we're leaving it natural, but it's all brand new, so we'll see what the sides look like. I mean, we want it to look nice.
But the grass,
But,
when it gets,
yeah.
when it grass go in the middle of summertime, it's not gonna be a beautification pattern.
Right.
It's gonna look ugly.
Right, but we're just taking one step at a time, so we'll see. But yes, we want it to look nice.
So-
Personally, I would love to have it even
Will
turn
the
into more of a
spacing
park,
be such that a,
environment.
what will the spacing be between
We
the
don't have any
bollards,
property that we own here, but
between the bollards
it's a lot that could
themselves
really
and
be done
between the
nice there.
bollards and the two piers on each side? Are they
if we had wildflowers instead of grass,
small? Is it small enough?
that
so
way it would be natural and it
any
would
little car
be
can't sneak
somewhat
through? That's my
contained.
question.
It's gonna use your car.
Motorcycle, maybe.
Motorcycle's fine.
Frank,
It's the same as, it would be the same as what's there now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want about a 3 foot, because
Yeah.
the thing we think about is like a bike. If a bike was to ride through, they're not gonna smash their handles into it, and then a wheelchair needs to be able to go through, driving forward, I mean,
3 foot is fine.
right.
And a carriage
And
going
it,
through.
the road right now is 10 feet, so it was shortened to a 10-foot width for the entire run of the walkway, in Hop Road.
Okay.
If a motorcycle goes through,
main
we'll
outside
address
town
it.
would be on
The bike
the
goes
actual
through.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
And that would, you have to be determined, right?
That would be determined, yeah, I would need to measure it out and make sure
Okay.
that works. But yeah, either way, we're gonna have to have a footing, whether it's in the green way or not.
How wide would you need then for a zero turn? 42 inches?
For a zero turn mower,
Yeah.
that's a good question, I'd need to check, I don't wanna, but yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
I guess
my
we
deck
probably-
is 42 inches, but
It's only got
Probably thereabouts,
48
yeah.
or so, yeah.
So it would be Johnson Landscaping, so you're already working with them.
Right, so, I mean, that's,
Right, so.
he's the
I-
subject matter expert.
Right, I feel like we can just move forward with this. And if you guys have any other, questions or concerns,
No, I think the rendering is wonderful.
Yeah.
Very, very, in keeping with Bingham Farms.
Yeah,
Thank you.
agree.
If you do see a motorcycle going, like literally, I'm not kidding, like please let us know, let the police department know. We did recently put the signs up now, on purpose to say no through traffic, so it is enforceable now. Never really imagined people would do what they did, and then it was not enforceable because there's no signage telling you not to go around. Now there's signage, so the police department will be right on it. If you see, I believe there's a dune buggy that likes to go around. Right. Okay, that road was not meant to hold that kind of weight. It's not a road, it's a walking path. And it will get destroyed.
Well, I'll tell you privately later who's got the dune buggy. I know where that is.
Okay, so
Not
that,
us,
yeah,
also the guys in the back there.
yeah. And any motorcycles, the mail trucks, all the things, please help us to patrol that. And the police are very much interested in following up and now can give somebody a citation for that.
It's been changed on ways and that I know even when I drive.
Yes.
It's faster, but some of the Uber drivers, or not the Uber driver, the Amazon, sometimes they just panic. Or they're like, where am I going? And they saw that little opening.
Right.
I've had at least 2 of them on there and go, dude, look, what are you doing?
Right.
Like they just panic.
Yeah, well, they're on the
This would
clock.
stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evgeny did that for us and tried to update Googles and all that, but we're doing the best. But thank you so much. We need a motion. Yes, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to proceed with the plan for Timber Trail, to put protective permanent bollards on one end and removable on the other.
With
Design was
with the design like
Yeah,
this.
reference
Yes.
to what was in the packet.
With spacing adequate to stop
Deep cars.
small cars of any size from driving upon this road, this
Yes.
pathway.
I'll put a second to that.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go.
Now you gotta find the money,
Thank you
Bill.
so much.
Wait, should we SAD these guys?
He's kidding, he's kidding.
Don't joke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aren't you kidding?
Okay,
Yes,
we're
yeah.
moving to new business, and that is starting out with the road improvement phase 2 for the SAD district. We have a resolution in the packet. Is anybody presenting, or, it's pretty straightforward.
No, this should also be a public hearing, so if somebody's here to speak publicly, we need to open that up and do that before we consider the resolution.
Oh, because it's a resolution.
Did we advertise it as a public?
Correct, yes, it was noticed, it's, yeah, the fact that it doesn't say public hearing on the agenda is just
Okay.
a matter of word.
So it was noticed properly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna open the public hearing for the road improvement phase 2 special assessment district resolution number 4 at 9:17 p.m. If anybody's here to speak to that,
I just had a couple questions.
if you could speak
Sure.
in the,
My name is Leslie Whitfield. I live on Coach Lake Lane, 3149. We did receive a letter from the village regarding this, showing the area that is under a concern. On this, every residence that's blocked within this area is being assessed $5,000 over a 10-year period, is my understanding. Correct me if I'm misreading this. At ideally $500 per month, and there is a late fee if that's not received. There are 2 arrows here that show on, here, Old Stage here, which is kind of right at the juncture, and at the end of Coach Light, which is a dead end. Are those just like 2 specific areas that are being dealt with? Okay, that's what I need clarification on. What is this in the entire road from 13 Mile all the way back to the dead end, or?
yes, Ray, right?
Oh, I'm
Show
sorry.
Ray right
I'm
behind
sorry.
you.
Clarify the question. Yeah, can we see what you're?
Well, it just shows these are all the homes, and this arrow was pointing here in front of this juncture.
Yep.
And right now, there's actually a huge divot here that they put some asphalt in, but it's if a kid hit that on a bike, that would be tragedy, it would be bad, but they kind of patched it. And then at the end of Coach Light, right, in fact, I'm at this residence here, it looks like they're pointing to this side. So the question, I was wondering, are we just taking care of 2 locations, or
No,
is this
those
the whole?
identifiers are just showing what the road names are.
Okay,
There's
okay.
work
Yeah, so that's,
throughout those routes.
those are just leaders showing that's Coach Light
Yeah,
Lane and Old
it's
Stage,
mentioned
since
there
it's
too,
kind of
yeah.
written small
Okay.
there.
So what is,
There's
may I
repair
ask
areas throughout those routes. Ray and I went through and identified the pavement conditions in both those streets.
okay,
And we identified locations where the pavement conditions were worthy of there being a removal and replacement. And going all the way from 13 Mile all the way to the back of Coach Light, we identified work to be done from here all the way to the back.
okay,
And there's localized work scheduled throughout the entire, everywhere within the dash line, there's a little bit of work scheduled to be done.
And just to tell you, this intersection specifically, I mean, from probably here
It's considered
to here. Yeah, that,
yeah,
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 all,
it's sunk
yeah,
quite a bit.
all of that's getting redone.
Okay.
And we're gonna install a new catch basin there, since I know there's water that ponds there a lot.
Right, and that's a couple of the, where the drains are, the several locations. Is there any sewer work to be done at any time, during this, or are you checking the sewer out down below?
So,
Once you take, if you take those sections out and address where the water is pooling, because there are several, even today, I kind of noticed before I came, where is the water pooling? And if there is a drain somewhere along there and you're replacing that, will you be trying to look down below to see? Because this area right here was replaced, there was one section replaced about a year ago,
Yes.
okay? And the fact was that it hadn't been cleaned up very well, and so there was a lot of gravel, a lot of debris, a lot of large chunks. Fortunately, I was having a bathroom remodel and had a dumpster, and I was walking a lot with buckets and putting it in my dumpster because the kids come by and they like to drop stuff down the drain. And I told my neighbor, I said, you ought to call the village, or if you don't, get somebody out here to pick this stuff up, because otherwise we're filling the drain with concrete and we're gonna have another problem. So I was just wondering, are any of these drain areas or the sewers down below going to be at least looked at and checked for any blockage or anything like that?
So as a part of the project, we're readjusting the structures. So there's, those structures are encased in concrete. So when we're removing the concrete pad around it, we're gonna expose that structure entirely. We have pay items to reconstruct and rebuild, so if that structure's sinking, or if it's where the connection between the pipe is failing, anything like that could be repaired. And then they're gonna repair that structure, cast it, and then they'll cast the concrete around and cast the road. So we have probably, I think, 6 structures that are planning to get readjusted, which are the drainage structures around here, this brand new structure, and then I believe one structure.
So the ponding water issues that you're seeing on a rain day like today,
Yeah.
we're trying to resolve those. That's
Okay,
what-
good.
One of the components of the work that we're going to do is to resolve those issues.
Okay. So will we know in advance about which sections are going to be addressed, so we kind of know what the timeline is for whether we have access or have to park somewhere else, things like that? Will we have a timeline?
Yeah, so what we usually do is I will put out like door hangers and flyers, and you guys will get on email lists. And we require the contractor to give at least 48 hours notice before any major construction activities. So get emails, and I'll go and put door hangers on your door before that. And if you want to know the areas that are going to be yanked out, probably in a week or two, you're going to see me and Bill marking with bright orange paint all over the road, so it'll be pretty clear like what areas are.
It'll be pink and orange paint.
Yeah, it's going to look like a rainbow on the
The
road
kids
for a
will
little
like
bit.
that.
But it'll be all marked up so that the contractor knows what to pull and what not to pull, because we don't want to pull good concrete, of course.
Okay, right. Yeah, I'm just looking for any more sinkage. I mean, that's, I guess, making sure that we can level things out a little bit better would be great.
Absolutely.
And one last, just a correction, the list of homes that are mentioned here, one of them, on the last one on the list, it says 31291 Coach Light. There isn't a 31291, it's a 31291 Old Stage, if you can make that correction.
We already did.
Good, okay. so that they get their mail. I get two. And my husband and I built the blue house on the corner, and my daughter and son-in-law and family live there. So that may still be why, because that is in transition to them, and that the lawyer's working on that. So that's why. So I just want to make sure if you can make that correction, then that would be great. Okay, thank you.
Literally caught that last week, thank you.
That's okay. Well, fortunately, I'm only 10 houses away, and I've got grandkids, and say, take this to mommy.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Is there anybody else here to speak about at the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna close the public hearing at 9:25.
Not to be rude, but may I take off if I?
Oh, yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, you bet. I'll just be up and down the street.
Any
passing the
questions
word
at all,
along.
feel free to
Yeah,
call the office.
Call the office
You're gonna
anytime. Call
get
me
one of those
anytime,
three.
okay?
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
Thanks so much. Yeah.
Mhm.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so now we need a resolution
Resolution, yes.
offered, as I said, for resolution number 4. It's in your packet.
Roll call?
Do you want to add anything?
I mean, do you want me to get into the bids and stuff too, or I figured that would be.
That's
a
next.
separate subject.
We'll do that second, yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Oh,
Resolution, I can do a roll call, if that's okay?
Yeah, but somebody needs to offer the resolution.
Oh, sure.
Is there wording for
is
that?
there
I'll write it
wording
here.
somewhere?
Just read that, the title.
Just the title.
I'll offer the resolution for the road improvement Phase 2 Special Assessment District for resolution number 4, as presented in our packet.
I'll
You
second.
got a second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Okay, roll call. I've got Blackburn,
Aye.
Hageman.
Aye.
Mishigian,
Aye.
Deroni,
Aye.
McAlexander,
Aye.
Power,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next is the bid award, so.
Well, I can do
You
that.
beat all shot.
Thank
So some great news for the village. The bids came in and they came in very low. The low bid was GM and Sons at $358,685 of grant eligible work and $29,050 of grant ineligible work. For reference, our estimated numbers are at about like $550,000 for a project total, and theirs is about $120,000 less than that.
Pricing's been coming in lower than our estimates across the industry. There's a lot of pressure on construction right now. There's a lot of pricing pressure on construction right now.
Which is bad for contractors, but great for
Good for
owners.
us.
Good for you guys. So with that, we sent the village basically a bid summary letter with the information on the lowest bidder. As you guys know, this was an MDOT grant project, and the grant is up to $250,000 if the village went forward spending $500,000 in eligible construction. So essentially, it's up to the village if you guys wanted to expand the scope of this project and add additional areas of concrete. You could get 50 cents on the dollar for it. Ultimately, it's on the village if they wanted to do that, but this will be the cheapest time to do it now. It would be treated as a change order, and this is assuming that MDOT would be okay to approve a change order pushed by the village to add additional areas.
It's not a slam dunk that they would be signatory to that kind of maneuver.
No, because a lot of people, like if they win this grant, they wouldn't want us to say, oh, we have this extra money, let's go fix a completely separate road. So we'd be confined to the area that we applied to the grant with. So basically any areas of concrete that we didn't deem were the absolute worst, because it's basically an order of how bad the condition is. We would add those areas, present it to MDOT, and see if they even approved it, assuming the village wanted to move forward with that. So that's kind of where we're at right now with the bids.
Are you aware of any areas that should be looked at?
When we were identifying what the scope of these repairs should have been initially, when we were identifying the extend this program before, Ray and I saw a lot of concrete that in paving utopia we would have removed and replaced if we had unlimited money. So yeah, we could go in and if you wanted to pursue this, we could go in and identify more, more pavement to remove and replace as part of
Did
this
you
program,
present
if you
that,
wanted
Ray?
to do this.
Did you tell us about that? About those other areas that might be vulnerable, could use it?
Well, so when we bid the projects, our if you remember, the goal of the project was to hit as close to that $500,000 as possible. So say I got us at $600,000 worth of concrete work. If that's where the bids came in, it'd be up to the village to offset that, extra difference that isn't grant eligible.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the intent of the project. There's always more road to be fixed in areas, but it's kind of the order of magnitude, like what's the worst, what's not as bad, and you kind of work from there.
So will the existing project look very patchy?
Yeah, well, yes, it's a
By
concrete
definition,
patch
it's gonna be
program.
like that.
Yeah.
And so if we allowed more concrete work to be done, would there be longer spans without the patchwork? Because
It will still be patchy, but it will be less patchy.
Right. So if you have 3 slabs pulled out and 1 slab in the center that we didn't remove because it wasn't that bad, we would have room to remove it. But of course, we're not going to remove good concrete, even if it's going to look a little patchy, because we're not going to. It's just not right,
But it's also worth noting that the nature of how that we're identifying our removals and these repairs were to not create a bunch of patchwork quilts. I mean, we're trying to do this in a smart way, so we had big contiguous areas of good concrete that we work with.
Such as the intersection, which is like the worst of the
It's a
worst. I mean,
disaster.
there was no amount of patchwork that was going to work there. We'd leave one patch in the center that they had maybe done 10 years ago. It wouldn't have made sense.
I looked at your expertise and that if you were, on one hand, 50 cents on the dollar is enticing, but it's also, it's more money for us, so
Yeah.
cheaper is better.
Yeah.
But the other side of that is if you didn't have the $500,000 idea in your head and you just went out and assessed this road for what's good to fix it, would you have come up with something around $500,000 or, oh no, there's $800,000 worth of work to do there and we really had to limit what
I
we
think we have a
picked?
good program
as is?
here. I don't think you need to chase the money. And I'm a hypocrite. I mean, I shouldn't be saying this. I work for HRC.
That's why you're going to continue to be employed. You just saved us
When
$106,132.
Ray and I went and laid this out, what I said to him was we got a program here. And we got something.
Yeah.
And that was without going to chase after money.
Okay.
And I said, we have something. So I don't think.
Yeah.
How confident are you in the contractor's ability to
You've got a good
do?
one. They have a good, GM and Sons are like the kings of doing concrete patches.
Really?
Yeah.
We were very happy to see that they were the low bid. So.
Okay.
So what you're saying basically is that pretty much everything you put together is what needs to happen, and there really isn't anything else that, as you said, you get this area and a small spot in the middle that, well, we can, but if it's fine, we'll leave it.
Yeah, the areas we have.
Right, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
No, I do. The areas that we have outlined now are by far the worst areas. We could always expand the scope a little bit, and also we don't need to spend $100,000 to hit the 500 range. Like if there's maybe $20,000 worth of patches that we add to this, $370,000 bid that we got, then you get that at 50 cents on the dollar. But you don't need to buy something just because it's on sale. We don't want the village to think that we're just gonna rip out a good road, 'cause that it's just we wouldn't.
So I guess the question is, are there a couple of sections that you felt that, okay, this might be, or this is an area that, yeah, we probably should throw some money into this one. Bad case of language, but we should really do this. We think it was okay, but now that we've got some little bit of leeway, let's do this for, as you said, another maybe 20, 30,000.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
You can always expand the scope a little bit. I mean, we had to.
But is that within change requests of the proposal of $20,000, $30,000?
Yeah, if we were to add like $30,000 from what we won the grant with, that would be a lot easier to tell our grant coordinator than we want to add, 50,000 or 100,000, which I don't think we need,
Will the HRC cost go down?
with our cost is just, we bill by the hour.
It would
So,
scale, I mean, it's
yeah.
gonna scale with the size of the construction contract, so it's gonna go down with this, with your,
Okay.
with your job going down. So
Okay.
yeah, it is.
So I can't, we had an estimate of what that was going to be, I can't recall it.
It's like 111.
111. Yeah,
So now we would
so
have a
that could come
new,
down some.
So it's gonna be less.
Okay.
do you, for budget purposes, can you tell us what?
I don't know the answer to that. I didn't prepare it first,
Okay.
but I'll tell you it's gonna be less. How could it not be?
What I do want to let council know is Ray sat down with me because we had a file, I had a file with the state for Act 51 and put in road projects, and we had to do all three based upon what we knew. And one of the things that Ray brought to my attention was that at this rate, it's a concrete road. The lifespan on concrete is longer than what it is on a mill and fill with asphalt.
Right.
So if we are able to pick up and thinking about doing another $20,000, we're looking at doing that at a reduced rate, help maximizing some of the grant. And I agree with Bill, we don't want to chase money that we don't have to spend. I'm totally against that. But looking at the longevity of what we would get, it's, you said 25 years on concrete?
Yeah,
Something like
25
that?
years. Especially,
So you spend in today's dollar, which we're getting subsidy if they approve it, and you've got longevity of that stretch or those patches being maintained and being there for a longer period of time for the village before they need to be completely redone.
I'm confused. I thought you said that we got a good number, we got a good project here at the 387,000 or whatever it is from GM and Sons.
Yep.
So why are we adding 20 or 30,000?
No, I'm just saying, for council just to consider that if you do want to decide to do that, that the longevity of concrete is longer at today's prices than doing it.
But if it doesn't need to be done, it doesn't need to be
There's,
done.
there's always, I mean, when I said we've got a good project, we left a bunch, when I said we've got a good project here, we left some damage. That good project left some damaged pavement in place. I mean, we're not fixing everything. We could always have gone expanding the scope a little bit more. You know, you can always do more. And that's always the case.
it's kind of the nature of rehab.
It's the nature of doing this thing.
Where do you start and where do you end? You know, what's the worst? What's, you know, a crack in the road that we don't think is going to expand at an accelerated rate versus what's a crack in the road that we know is going to be horrific.
So we need to have GM and Sons come back and requote when you give them additional work to do?
So the process that we would go about this is we would execute a contract with GM and Sons first so that we lock in our rates.
Okay.
Then we would put in for a change order after Bill and I assess the road again, knowing that we have a little extra room to work with. And then if that got approved by MDOT, we would bring that back as a change order to GM and Sons. So that would kind of be the order that this would be done at. Because if we tell GM and Sons, hey, we want to add, you know, maybe $20,000, $30,000 more of concrete as a change order, they could come back and say, well, we're gonna charge you more for it then. You know, if we present this, they're gonna say we want this as an addendum on the project.
Right.
We don't want that. I like the prices they gave us a lot.
Okay.
We want to hold those prices. But now that we know that we have room to work with for 50 cents on the dollar on a grant that's probably not gonna exist anymore, it's just not a bad idea to have flexibility. That's really the big thing.
So what's the flexible number?
I'm not on the village council. That's a you guys question.
So, I mean, we don't need to spend money we don't need to spend, so somehow we're gonna have to depend on you guys to say, as you get into the project, it would be maybe wise to do this, and it would cost another $20,000, and I guess we can vote on it at that time, or whatever. But what I'm hearing is we got a good project, and unless something comes up that's unforeseen, I'm not sure why we would just arbitrarily expand it anyway.
But the present value of grant money aside, you've got a good project here.
That's what we're here, yeah.
Do we have to approve something?
Yes.
Yeah,
Have
it's a
to approve
motion.
this quote,
Yeah.
yeah.
A motion.
So we're awarding the bid and then giving direction, right, of what we wanna do.
So motion would be to accept the bid from GM and Son. And what was the second part?
Second part's optional.
Right, are we expanding the scope or not?
With the possibility of expanding the scope of the work, to be determined.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Me and Bill are gonna have to mark out all the areas anyways, so if we say, hey, you know, we bid it at 1,900 square yards and we find an additional 50, It's only 50 square yards of area that we could propose to MDOT. Because this whole conversation could be null and void if MDOT says, hey, that's your number.
Yeah.
We don't want any wiggle room, especially with the current administrations.
Can you make that a different color? The add-on?
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
we
So we
would
can
stop at our
track-
number and then
Yeah.
that would be tracked separately for
Good.
sure. That's
That'd
very
be
good.
great, yeah.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Good?
Thanks,
Cool.
guys.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the master plan discussion. I wanna just get a little bit of background on this. A letter was presented to myself and Jamie, from the president of the Bingham Road Estates Homeowners Association, and he's here tonight. And the question is, and I'm gonna let you speak to it as well, is that there is that lot one, that everybody refers to as lot one, tell me if I'm wrong. That there's a lot of concern within the HOA about that lot. And it was brought to our attention that there was a 1941 agreement and a 1971 injunction agreement, stating what could be built on that property. And that is in conflict to a certain extent with our master plan. And so when this property is being marketed, it's kind of being marketed wrong-ish, or there's an option there that is not really an option due to the court cases. And so Planning Commission right now is deciding how extensive of a master plan change, if any, they want to do. They're kind of leaning toward not doing a full, right? A full, oh, bless you. A full master plan change, which is much more time intensive, much more expensive, but there are a couple of things that need to be tweaked. So I think this would be the perfect time, although I think that the court documents would stop anything that would happen there, but I think just for clarity and peace of mind, it would be good to change the master plan to reflect more closely to what is legally allowed at that site. I do want to say before I let you get into any sort of whatever, if we decide to do this, I just would ask the HOA to share those documents with the village, just so moving forward, when none of us are here and that property hasn't sold for 10 years or 20 years or whatever, that if somebody does call the office inquiring, there's no confusion or miscommunication about, oh yeah, you can do that, and then, you know, the
All the
HOA says
documents
no.
were shared quite a few years
So-
ago, so.
Okay,
If they're
That's
not
what-
on, if they're not on file, we
what-
need to get them on file.
Brett
but
Russell
they've
was
been
gonna
shared.
develop.
right, I
We
remember
said-
all of that, I
Yeah.
just don't know if the actual documents are in
Yeah,
the
but
office.
100 well,
But-
they were sent, they may not be on file, but
Well,
let's
if they're
make sure
not
we
on,
get them on file.
if they're not on file, we'd like to have them again, to put them in a place where, right, where we
Yeah.
can,
The second injunction was also a permanent injunction. It validated the permanency of her decision by a sitting judge, who is still a sitting judge, she's still in court. And I think that's when they realized that it's gonna hold.
and I believe that it will
Okay,
hold.
all right. I know.
I mean, if that court injunction would outweigh our master plan, and I don't know a lot of people that look at a master plan before they purchase a property, but some do. And so, just again, for clarity and peace of mind, since it is the year that planning is looking at doing some tweaks, it would be a very easy tweak to take out that language in our master plan. Do you wanna speak since you've been waiting here for?
I'm Jim Valaket. I live at 32810 Bingham Lane, and I am the president of our Bingham Roads Homeowners Association. And I had the privilege of addressing the Planning Commission at their meeting last week. And I wanted to kind of point out that this lot 1, which is the 7-acre property on 14 Mile Road, it's been a problem for our neighborhood because our homeowners association, our purpose in being is to enforce our deed restrictions. And that lot is part of our neighborhood. It's part of our subdivision. And so it's covered, it's covered by those same deed restrictions. And the deed restrictions require one house on one lot. And this property has had several attempts, because of its size, to be developed into multi-site development with a number of homes in there, which is obviously at odds with our deed restrictions. So a little history back in 1971, the owner of that property was advertising it for sale as a commercial site for either a church or a school or something of that nature. And our homeowners association took them to court and won a permanent injunction to enforce our deed restrictions requiring one house on one lot. And so, and that runs with the land. And so our problem is there's a sentence on page 45 of the master plan that designates that property as suitable for homes of 0.7 acres.
Right.
So in other words, you're like encouraging somebody to think of that as a multi-site site. And, we would like that sentence, that little paragraph struck from the master deed. Because it's could be confusing and kind of gives the impression that that's available for multi-site development. And we want to keep it as a single family home or site. So that's kind of where we are.
It's just wrong.
Yeah.
That's how we are. So,
wrong.
by approving a development there or advertising it, so to speak, for that use, it's like in violation of a court order. So the village really, we don't think it's appropriate for the village to be in that position. So
Yeah.
Do
that's
the
kind of
people
where we're
who
coming
are
from.
putting up the property for sale know
Yes, they do.
of your intent?
I have made them aware, like it's currently listed for sale.
Yeah, I know.
And it's, advertised as ideal for a lot split or multiple homes.
Many attempts.
And I have sent them the injunction, I have sent them our deed restrictions, and I've talked with the realtor, their listing agent several times about it.
But what confuses me, we abut in Outlet Trail.
Your neighbor, you're back right up to it.
And we've been in council sessions with developers approving or not approving a plan. How could it even come to that stage without us in council or somehow in the village saying, you can't do it? Why are we accepting plans?
Because the village is not supposed to enforce HOA deed restrictions. It's not our jurisdiction to do so.
Yeah, our attorney, when I was sitting right over there, and said, but we have a deed restriction. Because that was when Russell was gonna, and he looked at Ken and said, we don't have to say anything. I said, okay.
Well, I think that's right. I think developers will try to develop it, and hopefully nobody even realizes what the restrictions are, and if people don't stand in the way, they'll develop it. So I don't know what obligation the village has or not, but I think it's a really good idea for the village to know it's there, because if somebody does call, you can at least say, well, we have documents, this is a lot in a platted subdivision that has deed restrictions and has court-ordered permanent injunctions on it.
And for reference, even though it's not our jurisdiction to
Yeah.
enforce something like that, because we here at the office are aware
Yeah.
of those things, if somebody ever contacts the office on lot 1, for example, while it's not my job to tell them, hey, you can't do that because deed restrictions, I can say, hey, there are deed restrictions. Here's
Call
Mr. Valicant's
That's
contact
correct.
information, talk
That's
to the HOA
correct, yeah.
president. So,
Perfect.
so I do give them the relevant information if that comes up. It's just not our job to police that.
But the question at hand is the master plan, and should we take that verbiage out of master plan? Right, and again, it's not our place, I guess I understand there that it's not our place to enforce HOA deed restrictions.
No, that's-
But it's
You're
also,
not asking you to enforce.
I
just
know, I'm just clarifying, that's not what's being asked. What's being asked is, does our village vision and direction desire that property specifically? Almost?
yeah,
It says
it
14
does,
Mile
it
Road,
does.
like,
Well, I'll read it to you. The category is also recommended for property abutting 14 Mile Road immediately west of Outland Trail. To assist in protection of the woodlands on the site, the maximum density proposed for this category is 0.7 dwelling units per, so it
Yeah.
doesn't specifically
Well,
give the address,
yeah, but it
but
does.
it's like.
So however got that in there,
Right,
it doesn't
needs to be
matter.
taken out.
It needs to be
But
taken
that's a
out.
council
We
discussion.
can support we can't enforce, but we can support our HOA.
Absolutely, we
Right.
shouldn't have
That's
two
all we
different
ask, you
messages.
know.
That's what we're asking.
It would be very
Yep.
helpful
Okay.
to us.
I
And
just
planning
need to
is planning to do, probably a, smaller adjustment to the master plan, so this would easily be taken care of. But I, we just need to make sure that.
And I'd be happy to get all the, whatever documents we have to you.
Right, and if you can work with
Or to-
Jamie, she can dig through and see, make sure we have them, or you
Yeah,
might,
I'll make sure you get them, Jamie.
I just wanna make sure they're in hand here.
Yeah, because
Just
we have the court
be sure.
order, got deed restrictions,
Mhm.
homeowners, the date that the homeowners, or the documents establishing the homeowners association, that kind of
Right.
bylaws, all that.
Jim, there is a house on that lot,
Yes, there is.
and it's very, very unkept. The road to that house is very often not cleaned, and there's
I think
grass.
it's empty now. I think it's just
Yeah.
a vacant house.
So,
His daughter lived there.
yeah. So, what does your association figure should happen?
Well, we'd
Should-
like to see someone buy it and build a single family home there.
Is the home a danger to the community, like the one that was on Bristol?
Well, somebody would have to go over there and take a look at that house. I think it's an empty house.
Yeah, so that would be like a
Doesn't-
wellness check?
It doesn't look like there's any activity there.
No,
What is your HOA, like, what are their rules for unkept yards or,
Yes.
dilapidated houses?
Well, we don't really, the way our homeowners is, our deed restrictions were written back in the 1940s. And so there's not a lot of modern language in these things that address those kind of issues. So really, you don't have much enforcement that way.
I think-
Other than if you want to build a house, we reserve the right to approve the plan so that it meets the minimum size and quality requirements, but they're pretty minimal by today's standards. But we basically, we don't have a whole lot of enforcement power.
I think in those cases it would fall to whatever the village ordinances are.
Yeah, we do rely a lot on the ordinances.
Yeah, I do feel like it should be taken down. I mean, I'd hate to see squatters get in there or something and they're almost impossible to get out. And if it's an eyesore
I don't think it's good enough for even squatters, quite honestly.
it's got a roof on.
There's not much.
Yeah, it's got a roof,
Yeah.
good
I
enough.
mean,
Well,
it
it's better
currently
than
is for
Bristol.
sale,
Yeah,
it's being advertised as a vacant site. It's a building site. And so I think the people they're not investing any money in that building. They're just thinking that at some point it's gonna be torn down.
Right.
But,
Well,
in the-
maybe we
you know,
could call, maybe we could give a call. Okay.
all right, well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks,
you.
Jim.
So that, we don't need, a motion for or anything like that. I'll take that back to planning and make sure that, when we're addressing the new, revised, tweaked, I guess I should say, master plan, that they address that. Yeah, take one. Unless you want us to.
I was gonna say, I meant go, like, go.
No, I don't really have much to add other than just if there was questions about what the master plan update would entail. And so in your packet, we have this little brochure here that talks about just kind of the main points pertaining to the extent that you might want to open the master plan for revisions and updates. It could be a simple, few edits as we were discussing tonight, or we can get into more of what we talked about earlier with the PUD development and whatnot. So the purpose of me just kind of sticking around to get a temperature read on that is if you'd want to go to any other extent. But as Commissioner Blackburn was saying, the Planning Commission has had discussions on it. And as we go forward, the master plan is updated every 5 years. So the most current master plan is dated 2021. So you can either do an update or just a readoption of what's existing for another 5 years. But it sounds like there may be some interest in addressing some of the concerens that are currently
Can you
within.
do updates in between?
You can,
Mhm.
yes, yeah.
Because I think the at least from my perspective, the planning commission seems to be saying there's going to be some type of cursory review. I'm not. Maybe that's good enough, but I don't know. What if we've talked about a number of other things tonight, for instance.
Yes.
What if we want to do more? And the problem is now the May meeting. We would have to get some recommendation, I presume, from the planning commission. And this thing has to be adopted in August, so we're basically out of time.
You do have flexibility, so it's just that you're pursuing the process. So August 2021 is when the last master plan was adopted, and so the city would just be tasked with going through the process to update, whether that's 5 years from that 2021 date, or at least begin the process 5 years after that 2021 date. So there is flexibility in terms of how much you want to pursue, what that process looks like, and when a new plan gets readopted.
Well, for me, I would certainly like to see language like we talked about earlier that was much clearer on gross versus net on how people want to leverage densities.
Yeah, you can look at that.
Yeah, so maybe that's at least one of the things.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I would encourage all of us to take a look at it.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
think
right.
you're right.
Just look through
It's
this
been
thing.
a couple years since I've read it.
Go through it.
And if we have flexibility along the way.
Yeah, I definitely want to go read it.
Yeah, and so just so the council is aware, we take the master plan very seriously when we go through new applications. It is a reference point to give us guidance towards, meeting with applicants or developers to keep us in line with what the goals and objectives that were adopted by the city or the village in years past. So I just want to make that clear that, I hear and understand the concerns that were addressed tonight related to the PUD, but again, we use that as a tool so that we can uphold and maintain the standards and the character of the community going forward. And up to a certain point, then we pass the ball to the Planning Commission and to the Village Council to work through that process, and it is discretionary. So, I had a slight conversation with the village attorney, and he did stress that the PUD does open up the ability to be flexible. And so with the guidance of the master plan, the underlining zoning district and the full analysis of that specific proposal is what brought us to the Planning Commission's action on the item to be brought forward and forwarded to the Village Council for consideration. So I just want to make it clear that we are working through this process the best as we can, as to our ability, and that a lot weighs on the master plan that's before us.
That better be clear.
Are you familiar with master plans of other communities?
To some extent.
would you say that our plan is less or more detailed?
I wouldn't say it's more detailed, but I certainly understand the need for clarification on
Clarification?
something like the density that we talked about, yeah.
Okay.
So we can certainly work on that, and it's a planning commission assignment, so to speak, for the planning commission to go through that process and introduce that process. They can certainly, correspond with and work with the village council as they go through that process, but it is per law assigned to the planning commission to begin that process of deliberation and to what extent that we would help consult and get clarification on the areas that the village feels is necessary within the master plan.
So if there's a dilapidated home on this lot currently, are there any ordinances that control that, or is that a master plan that controls that? Is there any language that says, Mr. Property owner, you're in violation of some ordinance unless you fix up the home or demolish it?
Yeah, I mean, there is code enforcement. That's not, I don't have involvement with the code enforcement, but there's public health, safety, and welfare that comes into play, but that's not the zoning code or the master plan. So I don't know if you can speak to that at some point, but we can certainly look into it more.
Yeah.
Because I think there's something on our agenda next month about a grocery store. I think you may be involved in the grocery store stuff
Yeah,
too.
I'll
So
be here.
that's another thing I don't know anything about yet, other than that may be a master plan issue as well.
So yes, there is a proposal for an ordinance amendment that will be coming before you, I believe, in June, is that
June.
right?
Do you have the paperwork on that from the applicant
For the grocery store?
for
Yeah,
the
of
development?
course.
Can you
It's all
pass
in
that on to us?
It's all in the planning
Yeah, it's
commission.
been in the
online.
packets. Yeah, it's online, but I can send it extra too. Yeah.
And so I would encourage you to read through the sections of the master plan that are relatable to that. So particularly along the Telegraph Road corridor and just what the master plan says in regards to that. And so I think kind of the main takeaway is that it allows for or encourages flexibility. So the main thing about the Telegraph Road corridor is the challenges with the current office uses and how much vacancy, not just in Bingham Farms, but regionally and nationally, that developers or property owners are contending with is vacancy rates. And so I think because we have a significant amount of office along the Telegraph corridor, that given the master plan currently allows for flexibility, we may just want to keep that in mind as the challenges of office vacancies continue to rise or stay higher than what they would hopefully otherwise be. So when we do address the ordinance amendment for the grocery store retail next month, it would be good to just have that little bit of a background understanding of how the master plan might come into play for that kind of discussion.
This discussion's I don't know why it brings this to mind, and maybe it has nothing to do with you, Eric. The PUD that just got approval, is there anything in our village that would prevent those from being rented as apartments at some point in time? Is that a master plan issue? Where does renting, if they get built and don't sell, could somebody start renting them as apartments?
That's a good question. I'm not familiar with any regulation on that, but these would be more considered like multifamily because they're not individual lots. It's under one development, so I don't know if there is restrictions that come into play there.
I can give you some information on that. The only rental allowances we have in our ordinance that I'm aware of are for like individual property owners subletting a property. So a homeowner can list their home as a rental property. They would have to give us, the village, a rental application. There was a whole process for that.
Where is that listed?
I don't remember the number of the
Is there
ordinance
an
chapter off the top of my head, but it is in the ordinances. As far as this development's concerned, if the village wants to restrict the ability of, let's say, the owner of the development from turning it from condos into apartments, I would imagine the developer agreement, the PUD agreement that our attorney is about to start working on would be a great place to put that.
Can somebody let Terry and Mark know we'd like that to be added?
It's better to tell
our village attorney
Okay,
that,
what's up
because
with
they're
that?
gonna be
What's up?
working with them
Okay,
on
that's
that
fine,
area,
then.
but yes.
Yeah, let's don't have these things turn into apartments in 2 years.
Correct, yeah. So, now, that said, if they're sold and marketed as condos,
Yeah.
an individual condo owner could then do a rental application and sublet a single unit in that development as a rental property. But that's, because that's
No
already
different
within-
than a house.
Yeah, that's different from the entire development being treated as apartments versus condos.
Okay.
That makes sense.
You know that?
Yeah, so we can have a conversation at the next planning commission meeting as to the extent, obviously noting the specifics that we talked about tonight, but any other things that might come into play. Feel free to reach out to the city admin about any other topics that you would like for the planning commission to explore within the master plan. But we're happy to take that next step, and then we can work with the Jamie and team to move forward with that process. So.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Sure.
Goodbye, Jim.
Thank you for coming.
And sticking around.
Yeah. Okay. Next is fire services discussion. I'm gonna start that discussion. And I'm gonna back up a little bit to start that conversation. The meeting that was had on April 30th with the fire department and trustee Nick Alexander and trustee Hageman, I think spun way out of control. And I think it's created a lot more confusion. Namely, trustee Mick Alexander and I had had a discussion previous to that meeting saying that after our Monday meeting, I couldn't make the Thursday meeting, I was out of town, that a lot of the time would be chewed up by people discussing what happened Monday. And a lot of that discussion that happened on Monday was obviously revolving around myself, even though everybody voted to explore options. Somehow it landed on my lap. And so in order for me to sort of get out of the way and hopefully have a productive discussion at that April 30th meeting, I sent a letter, and Eric and I spoke about it, that I would be crafting a letter and send it with Jamie so that she could read it at the beginning of the meeting, just to try to get myself out of the way so that the focus could really be on what the task at hand was, which was getting answers to the questions that we had. Somehow that turned into that I was speaking for council. It was never my intention. My letter only used I, and it's in the minutes that trustee Mick Alexander said that he is grateful that President Blackburn made her statement indicating Bingham Farms will remain with Franklin Bingham Farm Fire Department and the fire service, and that fire services from other municipalities are no longer being pursued. He also stated that he would never vote to leave the partnership. Based off of that, I never said that. I would never speak for council. I can't speak for council. I'm surprised that anybody would ever insinuate that I could speak for council. And after that was stated, there was obviously a reporter invited who wrote an article that was full of misinformation. He never contacted me. And it started out after a year of discussing alternatives, Bingham Farms continuing with Franklin for fire service. I mean, that's not true. We have not been discussing this for a year. And it says after more than a year of speculation, that's not true. It says Bingham Farms Village President Lisa Blackburn said that council would no longer pursue a contract with, I never said any of that. So that article was then published online. And then the fire department went ahead and reposted that on their page, affirming that it had basically been dropped and that council had decided. Which again, I'm so shocked at all of that because our fire chief also knows that I do not speak for council. But it was then reposted on their Facebook page, reaffirming all the misinformation that had been put in the article. So this is why I thought this would be better done in a study session where everybody could have their own voice. It was never my intention to have anybody interpret that as that I was speaking for council. Again, I was very, very deliberate with my words in that letter. And I feel like there are still people on council that haven't had a chance to even ask questions or speak about this issue. I've had a chance, and Trustee McAlexander and Trustee Hageman have had a chance to speak and ask questions. The intention of sending these two, because I was told I was too emotional, which don't say that to a woman, was to send the two men and to bring back information to the rest of the council. And I just recently was given some information, but it's not all of the information that I was hoping would be brought back. And so I still have questions, and I know there's other trustees that still have questions. That motion is still on the table, and I think until we get our questions answered and or other ideas that other trustees have are brought forward, that motion should stay on the table because we haven't finished this discussion. So that's all I'm gonna say about it, is just I don't speak for council, and I know I don't speak for council. And I feel like Trustee Deroni has a right to speak and ask questions. You know, Trustee Miller hasn't been for any of it. I feel like Diane has some good ideas that I feel we should still be discussing.
Well, I think from that standpoint that, yes, I think there's a lot more that needs to be done from, I guess, when I say a lot more, I think it's just, there's a lot of questions. Eric and DE have been to a couple meetings with them. Lisa had been in some meetings, and Jamie had been in meetings with Franklin Fire Department. And that, I guess to the point, Lisa, like you said, the last thing we did is we decided there's a motion that we're going to investigate alternatives. Is that the words we used? Right. And that includes, that doesn't say we're leaving. There's been a lot of discussion about Bloomfield Township and anywhere else. And that doesn't say that we're leaving. We're just understanding what are our options. Buy a car, you have options. Do I want a sunroof or not? Do I want ALS or not? I need to know what ALS costs. I need to know what ALS gets us. I know it's been a topic of discussion. And so all of those things, we need to be able to understand, where is our money going? We're spending a lot of money for all of our residents. All of our residents are spending a lot of money on our services, and we need to know where's it going and what the options are of what is more, what is less, when things get more expensive, what we do. If we want better coverage, what more do we want to spend money on? So I think investigating options is still a valid statement. So I don't see a need to change that motion that we made.
We have actually investigated in the past other departments years ago. And we looked at Beverly Hills, I'm not sure about the township or Southfield, but they were so much more expensive that that was the deciding factor. I think what I said at the meeting, because I personally was so appalled that you had gone to see the chief. You had problem. You said for 3 years you've been having a problem. It's been concerning to you for 3 years. And I'm thinking 3 years is a long time to sit with that weight of whatever it was. I don't think we realized what I still don't know that I realized what the problem was.
Right.
Other than the response times, but we talked about that. It was, I was very angry that night that you would do that, both of you. And what I said was, I would like to have DE and Eric go speak with Tony. That's what I said, because I didn't know that he would trust you. And for you to go speak to Tony, it would be problematic. That's all. That's what I said. I said nothing about emotion. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands.
But you did vote for the motion.
Well, yeah, to learn new things is not a problem. It's never a problem to explore. I think that's what we're charged to do, is to see what the options are for our residents. It's all about the residents. So of course I did.
Right, and that's, I feel like, still where it stands. That's what we're doing.
Mhm.
But to say that I made some sort of bold statement that this was,
Well, like you
nothing
said,
to see here.
that was reported and hearsayed, and all we can do is focus on last time us sitting here as a council talking about things, and the last times we've talked about this, and we made that motion. And all we can do is look forward. We need to gather concerns that anyone has. We need to gather options. We need to gather all of this information. And I think if years ago we did things, maybe even look back to what was done years ago, but we need to start gathering some information, put together concerns, options, and then see where we're at with things and work through different aspects of this. So the question is, well, I guess we made a motion to do something, but we have no vehicle to do
Action
it.
plan.
We have
Okay.
no vehicle to do it with. We have no action plan.
Right, and there are two of us. There's Franklin and Bingham Farms,
Right.
not just one of us. So we need to figure out and work with Franklin very systematically on what are their objectives. Are they happy with the fire department?
Mhm.
And then we've got to approach the fire department itself and say, okay, here are some concerns. How can we lay this out that we have a better working relationship? To be able to be more open and forthcoming and to get information. We're their boss. We pay their ticket. And we need to have that kind of a understanding. So I think there are three entities in this whole project: Bingham Farms, Franklin, and the fire department. And I have created a motion, and I perhaps would like to.
You mean the township? Yeah, the township.
Okay.
Okay.
I make a motion to create an ad hoc committee composed of Eric McAlexander and D.E. Hagerman and Jamie Moore, who, along with the Franklin Bingham Farms Fire Department, are charged with the formation of a bi-municipal committee for the purpose of establishing a 5-year strategic plan with actionable goals for the enrichment of fire services to Bingham Farms and Franklin. So DE and Eric have already started a relationship of communication, but we have to involve Franklin on a very active basis. So that's why this would be an ad hoc committee with representation from Bingham Farms, representation from Franklin, and obviously representation from the fire department. So I'm proposing that I put that motion on the floor.
I second it.
You do?
I feel like I want to back up because our budget is going to be presented next month.
Mm-hmm.
And you had an idea that you presented to budget committee, and that is what our budget is formed on.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that needs to be discussed tonight, because we have to pass our budget next month, and we don't have a choice. And I think
I don't
that,
think you can talk, if you want to talk about the budget, we have to talk about the entire budget. You can't talk about one thing about the budget. You have to talk about the whole budget.
we're talking about fire.
Right? We
But
talk about
every-
police, we gotta talk about salaries, we gotta talk about road
Yeah.
projects. We gotta talk, there's a lot of open issues with the
That's
budget
right.
right now. It's not just one open issue. So if
Yeah, I
you wanna
guess-
talk about the budget, we can talk about it,
Well,
but
I'm just
it's
saying
not
that,
one
like,
issue.
by far, one of our biggest budget concerns, and if that's not
But
brought up.
this isn't gonna be
then we-
fixed in a month.
That's
No,
right.
that's correct.
That's right. Now, this is
We
to
can
start.
wait, you'll be shocked.
Well, I have a motion on the floor then.
Well, let's take a vote. Can we take a vote?
Well,
And
I
there's a
guess
second?
just,
Any
well,
more
he seconded.
conversation?
There's
No
a,
second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm running the meeting.
Okay.
We have a first and a second. Is there any further discussion?
so I don't know the term, is ad hoc committee, is that the right thing to do? I don't know what an ad hoc committee can and can't
It's not a
do.
standing committee.
Okay,
Ad hoc means for a purpose,
for a purpose of that.
and that's why we stated the
And
purpose.
it can work with another municipality,
Mhm.
Franklin.
And right now, the charge is the formation of the bi-municipal
Oh,
committee.
so the,
So we
That's right.
that's what the
Yeah, yeah.
job is to make sure that Franklin wants to sit down and talk to us on these terms as well,
Yeah.
and that we will have a unified base of committee members on which to move forward with discussions and objectives.
And I know they do. Yeah. So does Eric.
If I could add, I'll just say I have a great relationship with Franklin, the manager there. Great.
Yeah.
The fire department, though, just keep in mind, is not a municipal
Right.
organization. So they only have to tell us what they want to tell us. That's their private
Right.
organization. Yeah.
But we can't,
Working-
we can't, it's Franklin and us that are working with the fire
Yeah,
department.
but,
So
yeah.
you're correct in what you say, but it still has to include Franklin, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if we
Yeah,
agree,
no, I work
if we
great.
agree to a 5-year plan and they don't, then we're
No,
not
no, no, no.
helping each
Yeah,
other.
that's why I wanted to say that. No, I work great with Franklin. Yep.
Yeah.
And make
But this-
sure then, can you read it again about municipality?
Bi-municipal, meaning two municipalities, okay? And, all right, I'll read the motion. I make a motion to create an ad hoc committee composed of Eric McAlexander, D.E. Hagerman, and Jamie Moore, who, along with the Franklin Bingham Farms Fire Department, are charged with the formation of a bi-municipal committee for the purpose of establishing a 5-year strategic plan with actionable goals for the enhancement of fire services to Bingham Farms and Franklin.
So the fire department shouldn't be in that list, right? It should just, hey, this is ad hoc committee from Bingham Farms should establish to make a bigger committee with Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
That committee will work with the fire department, who is a contractor,
That works,
Yep.
yeah,
right?
100%.
that works.
That does it.
Yeah.
No, this is,
Yeah.
this
No,
is how we
so
come
all
to a
is
good
this,
agreement.
it's what you
This is
said
good.
minus the fire department.
Who, along with the Franklin,
Yeah, so it's,
okay, okay.
Good job.
we have to work with Franklin
Okay.
to create a
Mhm.
committee,
Are you-
but then we'll work with the fire department,
Okay.
who is a contractor.
Okay. I make a motion to create an ad hoc committee composed of Eric McAlexander, D. Hageman, and Jamie Moore, who are charged with the formation of bi-municipal committee for the purpose of establishing a strategic 5-year plan with actionable goals for the enhancement of fire services to Bingham Farms and Franklin.
Yes,
Anybody?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'll second that new one.
Any discussion? On that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. I just wanna like get this in my head, like how this is gonna work, or like what is our input? Because they've,
DE and Jamie and Eric are going to approach Franklin, and they're going to say, this is what we passed as a motion, that we are charged with trying to do this. Are you on board? Are you gonna come along with us? Okay, then they'll set the ground rules for the committee.
I'm just wondering what the rest of council's role is in that.
Well, I think you should, I think that we should be bringing a report
That's why we have that
every
new,
month.
that's why we have that new
Overall,
item on here,
yeah.
board and committee updates.
Yeah.
That's exactly why we have it.
So they can investigate,
Right.
discuss, and do, again, back to, they can't singularly do anything, they have to come back to council
Right.
That's right.
and say, this is what we're
Yeah.
proposing as a committee with Franklin.
Right.
One thing that does come to mind, and it's, several people have stated it, that we have questions, we have stuff we need to know. As on this ad hoc committee, what is it that you need to know, or what is it that you want to know, so that we can then take that question to Franklin and to the Franklin Fire Department?
I think that's why we think about this and deliberate about it and give you both the information that we want you to pass on.
I guess that's like, that was what I was trying to get to, like, how do we get our questions or our concerns or?
There are
Right.
be
ambassadors.
part of
Right, but you're saying, like, if I have a specific question
That's what I need to
or
know.
concern
Yeah.
or
Exactly.
even idea,
Yep.
how do I bring that to you?
Call me.
Yeah.
I said,
Or
I,
you or text you,
Right,
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
just
just call.
Jamie.
well, no, I'm asking rhetorically.
Yeah.
Because I think, I can talk to any of you
Yeah.
one-on-one and say, I have this question,
Yeah.
concern,
Absolutely.
idea, as you go forward and want to do that, right?
Yeah.
So each of us
Yes.
can do that
Absolutely,
with
absolutely.
the committee.
So the other thing I just want to bring up and throw it out there is, I do have concern, especially now that you're on this ad hoc committee, that DE is our fire liaison, which I already see as a direct conflict. I mean, he's voting for them to pay for things that we may not be able to afford. So he's an actual voting member of fire commission.
A liaison should never vote.
We don't,
Right.
yeah.
He does.
You need to
Yeah,
abstain from
but-
voting.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you do too on the planning commission, that's all.
And you
No,
should
I
be,
don't.
Yes, you do.
yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I
I
It's
saw you.
conflict of
Sent you
interest.
that.
But you're defined as the liaison, so we do allow liaisons to vote, is my point.
But-
You're right, you
No.
vote, and he's a liaison.
Can I speak?
Sure.
The planning commission is a completely separate, it's run by the Planning Enabling Act. So that is a legal part of the municipality.
Yeah.
It's totally different than somebody being on a contractor board making decisions in
So-
direct conflict possibly with what
So
we're
then
doing.
maybe we should ask the lawyer to give us an opinion on that before we say you can't do that.
Right. Well, 'cause-
I think he
Yeah.
did. I mean, that's why he was specifically saying planning commission is different because it's following state
When
laws.
did he say this?
And we each have multiple, like, when they come back, you're gonna vote twice.
Yeah.
When I come back to, I'm gonna vote twice,
Yeah.
right? This is a completely separate,
Well, it's not a municipality.
right, it's not a municipality, it's a
Well, are you-
contractor.
Well, again, I don't object, I just wanna make sure
Are you a voting member on
we
this?
all know.
no.
No,
So you
Nor
are
am
a
I-
liaison.
I'm strictly a liaison. I never attempted to vote. I knew my role. And even on the library board. So there's no conflict.
So then I shouldn't be voting on,
On the fire
on.
commission.
no, on, the cable board. Because cable board is made up of liaisons
Yeah.
from a number of municipalities.
right.
Do they vote?
We all vote.
Oh. Because if you didn't vote, there'd be nobody
wouldn't
left
be
to
any-
vote.
So we need clarification on
Okay.
when we're liaisons to other entities.
Yeah.
And it may be,
Good
we
point.
may, sorry, we may find things that the cable board is all municipality liaisons and no private person.
Right.
Makes it different
Yeah.
than Because I don't know what next is, so I can't even say what next
Because
is.
there's only two people.
They're always
No, I know what next is. I don't know what the board is and what it's.
Savvy executives that have retired that do an amazing job.
Right. So it's a private
Yes.
entity. It doesn't matter. We don't have to fix that one. I'm just saying, I think we need to understand that when we are liaisons to any other entity, when can we vote and when can't we vote?
Yeah,
I
that's
get
good
it.
to know.
It's
Yeah.
why the president of Franklin abstained from voting on their budget, because that's a direct conflict. You're voting for something that, and then you're gonna vote, like you might vote yes there, but vote no here.
Right.
Because we can't afford it. Or we've chosen to go a different direction
Mhm.
with the money. So I'll get further clarification on that.
Yep.
But I did wanna just bring that up because it did come up, and our attorney did write an opinion, about planning commission. Okay, next is receipt of
Wait, before we move on, now I want to go back a minute. So we still have a motion on the table to consider other alternatives. What other alternatives are we considering? We've considered Bloomfield Township. Now we're considering.
Not really.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. Are there any other options that we're thinking about? Besides Bloomfield Township and obviously our own fire department.
I guess I look to the Bingham Farms Franklin committee to talk about this. Now, granted, you still walk away from the committee and you're a Bingham Farms president and council member, so.
I think that, again, there's this, what we're forming has a very specific mission, is to work to develop a 5-year strategic plan with our fire department. It doesn't ask us to consider any other alternatives. So that's what we just voted on and passed. Doesn't mean something can't be done, but I'm just trying to understand what other alternatives might there be out there other than what we've already been talking about.
Well, I think it would depend on what the committee comes back with. I mean, it didn't
Well, that's
say.
gonna be alternatives with what we might wanna do.
It didn't say the
in a 5-year
alternatives
plan.
need to be decided in 1 month or 2 months.
Right.
I think you bring the information back, but I think we leave that on the table. Because
So-
if you come back and say, this isn't gonna work, because maybe the community decides they want ALS. I don't think the community even has a clue what ALS and BLS is.
Right.
And then it comes back that 5-year plan is just insurmountable for such a tiny organization.
Right.
Then we would need to look at alternatives. So I think that needs to be on the table. It doesn't mean we need to be taking action immediately.
This is open-ended, Eric.
Well, I just want to be very clear of what that means, because pursuing other alternatives was wide open.
Yeah.
But
And if we're saying it's not wide open anymore.
No, we're not.
that's-
We're not saying that at all.
Okay.
No.
But we do need to have, I'm trying to think of the word. We need to have goals. What is it that we require from fire safety
Right,
provider?
exactly.
And one is proximity of equipment, proximity of staff, the right equipment, because we've got tall buildings, so they have to have, be fully loaded in terms of equipment.
Yes, we need to write all those things down.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we have it
You
written
can't just-
down anywhere? Do we have don't have any kind of.
I think that's it. Those are things that I think are great to work with
Yes.
as this committee that we're
Right.
putting together.
Right.
Because it's going to be it's going to be a very,
ideas.
yeah,
What do you want to
it's
know?
going to be a
What do we
very
need to explore?
educational process as well.
Yeah.
We need we have a village master plan.
And that's why
It's all encompassing.
this is
We
a
need
strategic plan.
We need
A strategic plan.
See, again, I think
5 years from now,
I think all this is really good conversation because it, at least in my mind, helps clear up what the mission is of this committee. And having alternatives should, I guess it technically shouldn't even be a motion. It should just be, we would always be considering alternatives if we weren't happy.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I don't know why we need a motion to consider alternatives when that would be part of the council's responsibility to do at any given point in time.
But there hasn't been alternatives discussed.
Well, that's okay. Again, I'm not arguing that we discuss these things. We probably should. But that's a basic function of the council as opposed to having a motion that says we're going to consider other alternatives. I don't know why we need a motion to do that. I think the council's responsibility is to do that. Always, we should consider other alternatives for
we
whatever
review contracts for Johnson Landscaping.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
We assess their bids every year.
And even trash haulers, remember? And then car whatever gave us a 2 year.
That's exactly the same. They're contracted services.
That's a standard, operating procedure for us.
Now, one more thing to think about. Two of our biggest budgets, fire and police. Are we going to consider doing the same thing for the police?
I think it's a good question simply because combined they are such a big part of the.
Yeah, we just dodged the bus.
So no, I think that would be a totally, can we just, this is a piece.
That's right. I agree.
They're both pieces.
No, I think it's a valid.
This committee may transition itself.
I wouldn't even say that. I would just say we should clearly define our goals and expectations for a lot of things that we do.
I think this is where we start, because
Then
again,
we start here, yes.
The police are part of a municipality, so there's so many differences. That I think we've started down this road.
Yeah.
I think we should just focus and see how it goes.
I think that's fair. But again, back to the motion. The part of the issue is with the motion to.
I can feel your pain.
To consider alternatives is just as you described what's happened since we had that meeting. Within days of us making that motion, there were presentations being made at Bloomfield Township Council meetings. They already had numbers defined as to what it was going to, at least no deal was made, but they were talking about numbers they would be charging Bingham Farms for those services. Just like a press release got done on this meeting that we had, a press release got done on what happened at that council meeting. There's YouTube videos still available online. There was a big social media campaign, I would call it, put together by Bloomfield Township to inform all their residents of what they were considering doing, because they clearly were trying to get people to support what they were doing, and to at some point bring it to a public hearing and then a vote. So these things take lives of their own, I agree. But that took a life of its own. And it did it very, very quickly. And surprisingly, not just to, well, I'll just say me, it was a total surprise to me how quickly it came from a motion to what almost appeared to be they were ready to take a vote in Bloomfield Township. Whether they were or not wasn't the issue. The social media presence was, and their own council meetings they were already planning to do this. So you're right, that got out of control. Maybe the reporter at this meeting didn't report things perfectly accurate. But that's what happened. So again, I repeat before we move on, I think the motion that we have on the table now to consider other alternatives should be considered to be rescinded, because the responsibility of considering other alternatives rests with this council, whether it's fire services or any other service we provide. And I don't see the need anymore, and I think it did cause a lot of confusion. And I think we need to correct that by taking the motion back and just saying, and put it in the minutes, the council's job is to consider other alternatives, no matter what the services are. I don't think we need a motion just to stay out there like that. It has caused a lot. It's caused a lot of problems for a lot of people.
I agree with Eric on rescinding the motion. We've got a new plan on how we're going to approach this. And I don't think that motion, it may come up at a later point, who knows?
Sure, it may.
But the timing of it is backwards.
I think the motion that might come up in the future is, we don't like what they're doing, so let's make a motion to go somewhere else.
Okay. It was out of sequence. Everything happened so fast.
Really out of sequence.
So it can't be rescinded.
I did ask the attorney, the motion can't really be rescinded, but you could make a new motion.
The motion that was made is in the minutes, legal document. That
Yeah.
motion will always be there. You can make
A new
a new
motion.
motion. But that motion.
Then maybe we should
will be
make a new motion that seems strange to me, but if we've got a legal opinion on it, that's fine. Then a new motion should be something like, that we're making a motion that we all agree that when it comes to contracted services, it's the responsibility of the council to always consider other options for better services or better pricing. No matter what it is.
Are you making that motion?
If it sounds okay, I'm done.
I second. Yes. What do you say?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Then discussion, well, it's discussion.
Discussion, yeah.
It's just saying that that's what we do.
Yeah, it's our job.
It's our job.
It's nice to have a job description.
Well, it is.
If you can't rescind a motion,
Yeah, it's weird to me. But
can you modify a motion?
We just need,
We've
make it,
rescinded
no.
motions before.
Why
Yeah.
don't we make a motion to say we,
I specifically was asked by a council person, so I did ask the attorney. He said, no, you can't just like rescind a motion.
well, no, well, but we can make a motion.
to rescind the motion?
Or just to say something else, just say,
It's overriding the.
yeah,
Override.
just say something else.
Yeah, I think that's what you said.
That's what you
Yeah.
did, there's a motion on the table,
Yes.
Yeah.
so there's a motion.
I'm just making sure I understand it correctly. And we
Thank you.
seconded.
You seconded
So I
it.
agree.
No, she did.
Oh,
I did.
you did, okay.
But at least it gets, I mean, kind
Yeah.
of deals with the motion that we already have.
Yes.
Considering other alternatives is a wide open field.
Right.
Yeah, as you stated, I mean, it's something that we should be doing anyway,
Right.
whether it's police, fire, lawn
All of it.
contractors, anything.
All of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
HRC, everything.
Yep.
Yeah, everything.
Yep. You know, it's just really our responsibility to understand where the industries are going and to stay on top of it.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
good idea.
Okay, so we
So,
have
all right, so we had discussion, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Did you get that? Do you have any?
Remember I missed his own date.
Yes.
Okay, next is the receipt of council packet discussion.
I'm the one that brought this up, and it's been brought up in the past. We all have deadlines. I mean, that's life, is deadlines. And when you have a deadline for something, you prioritize other things around it. Having a council packet arrive at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, especially something as weighty as this, and to spend our whole weekend talking about this, deliberating about this, doing research, is just not enough time for us, and it's not fair. We're not paid. This is all voluntary. And so I am prepared to make a motion that all
Wait. Can we, it's so hard when you make a motion before anybody has anything to say, cause then there's a motion on the table, like, can we just talk about it first?
Well, all right, I'm going to suggest that we receive the packets no later than the Tuesday before, by 5 p.m. So that gives us 3 additional business days to adjust. And Kathy was in Chicago all weekend, and, you know, my husband said to me, Diane, how come I don't have your attention? You know, you're burying paperwork all friggin' weekend, you know, what's the problem here? And there really needs to be consideration of our time. And if our vendor knows that this is the deadline, somehow magically they're gonna, if they wanna be our vendor or whatever, they'll give us the information. The police
I
department
was
and the
gonna
fire
just say,
department.
Chief, would that be a problem to get it in a week earlier?
Not, only 3 days further.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
It just moves everything
Back
back.
3 days.
And all it does is it opens up. We'll have a little bit more of people coming in and saying, well, here's new information that
That's
got
possible.
updated.
And if it doesn't get, you know,
Then some of those things we say come next month.
that's right, exactly.
And
And whether it's Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday or Friday, like, we can talk about that, but I think just generically, whatever day it is, there's a line in the sand and.
it's just a draft, which means things can change. I was just, as you said, I worked all weekend. I didn't even start this till 6:30 last night when I finally got home from work and worked till midnight. So, we had more time to
I'm
be.
gonna ask you a question. You said it's a draft thing.
Yeah, so
Change.
that's something I wanted,
That's not true.
Yeah.
Once it's out and it's posted,
You can post it as draft.
So do you, okay, so
But
that
then now
needs
you're
to be
adding work.
clarified. Do you want
No,
a draft
Posted as a-
agenda?
yeah.
yeah, no.
Well,
No.
why not, no, why not
Just to give
not
us the
mark it
packet,
draft?
yeah.
Because agendas can change. We have the time in the,
Once it's posted though, there's like
it's,
legal.
what is the number right up here? I don't have my glasses on.
Damn it.
Can't read. We have to, public comments,
Not on
approval of the
public-
agenda, number 2. All you have to do is say, no, I want to add.
Right.
It
My
gives
thing
you
is once-
flexibility.
Once you post the agenda though, then it's posted.
We've changed the agenda.
We're not talking
We-
about the
at the
agenda.
meeting-
We're talking
Maybe
about
it's
the
not-
packet.
No, we've changed the agenda. Remember, you
sure
brought in
we
the
have.
bond people.
I think we give everybody a deadline. All of our vendors, the police department already says that they can support it. And, I mean, that's historical data that they're giving us. It wasn't as of yesterday or Friday at 5:00 that they're reporting the statistics.
Last month.
It was last month, which is the fourth Monday of every month.
Oh, I don't think we have any.
Yeah, okay.
it's not the police
The police
department.
department is not the
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
Well, you know what?
But it
Everybody will learn.
From your perspective
Yeah.
of the things you have to prepare, is there concerns about doing it earlier? And I don't want to propose, like, to come out with information on Tuesday and then re-update it and repost it on Friday. That's more work. So
Well,
that's
this
not-
month. We're meeting a week earlier.
Right.
So it couldn't have been too hard
And this
because,
past week was hell.
well, you know what? Now you'll catch up. Now
I
it
mean, you'll
won't
get
be
into
hell.
a vibe. It's a deadline.
And
It's a new
an
deadline.
adjustment.
And it's only 3 business days.
Yeah, come on.
I'd like to remind you, there's only 3 people in this office.
I'm sorry.
Emergency happens and
No,
somebody
we're not
gets sick,
asking-
it derails the entire work
Yeah,
process.
the first few decades, we only had 1.5.
And we've checked with other municipalities, and nobody waits till the very last minute that
No.
we've checked with.
Well, I've been doing it for 9 years and I haven't had a problem.
I guess I want to know if there's any technical difficulties of, once we move it, then it's a month between them.
Yeah.
So yes, the first time is hard, but is there any other things I'm not considering from that perspective?
Tuesday seems a little ambitious. I mean,
Well-
you got to get all your consultants, everybody kind of on board with
Yep.
a new schedule,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But we also
Absolutely.
know that things will change, right?
Mhm.
It's a week earlier.
That's 3 days.
No,
It's 3 days.
No, but they want it before the day it comes out. They need it ahead of time
Right.
in order to get it on the agenda.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, trust me, I do not like sending things out last minute. Last
No.
week we were running no, I don't like that.
Yeah. So I think I can start in July,
Or the fiscal
give
year.
them a month, tell them that you need all the materials.
Mhm.
The end of June, is that right?
No,
No,
it's-
July.
Ju-
I don't know the date of the meeting, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
10 days
what you
ahead of
mean. I
time,
know
a
what you
week
mean.
ahead of time.
Yeah.
What do you expect them to provide now? What timeframe do they have to get their paperwork in so that
Well, they
it's
think
on?
they can get it to us on Friday.
Because that's the deadline they have
That's
set.
been the
That's just a
norm.
deadline.
That's a deadline.
Tuesday's just another day of the week.
Yeah.
That's not even fair for you guys.
It's not. No, trust me.
What about,
That's
what
really
about,
not-
really
can I just
really
put
not
out there
fair for you guys.
Wednesday? Only because Monday is always like so hectic. It seems like people think about over the weekend, all the things they wanna call the office or come in or
I do
like, it
think
just
Wednesday
seems
is
like
maybe a more
Monday is
fair.
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
a catch-up day.
Let's try
It
it
seems
Wednesday.
like
Let's
to
try
get it
Wednesday.
then out
Is that
Tuesday,
okay?
All right,
Wednesday,
then-
okay?
All right, then I'll,
Is that okay?
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
So may I make a motion at this
Does
point?
it
Are we
give me a
still
motion?
We don't need a
discussing?
motion.
I don't know. We don't really need a motion.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, of course. Thank you.
Okay, next is the employee contract renewals. The employee contracts are in your packets. They're basically the same. They will be updated once the budget gets approved, but other than that, Jamie's is a little bit different because she started during the year, and so we're just getting everybody on the same schedule. It's same as we've always done,
Did you
but
find any typos like you did last time?
needs to be renewed every year.
Are we
Yeah.
talking about this?
I did not read this word for word, so.
I did read it.
Yes,
It was-
I did
It was
read it.
getting close to midnight, right? Every time I had-
There are 3 contracts.
Right.
There's Yev's, there's Bill's, and there's Jamie's, and they have different, on the compensation area, the final sentence, salary adjustments, if any, shall be determined by village council based on performance reviews conducted by the village president and the recommendation of council's budget committee. That's for yours. The salary adjustment on Bill's says, salary adjustments, if any, shall be determined by the village council based on performance reviews and recommendations by the council's personnel committee.
And that's part of our charter, I think. That's where I read it first. And it's actually Jamie's also says performance review.
In her contract, it doesn't say that.
I know, but
personnel.
it does in the charter,
Okay.
which
And
is
then
what
on
we
Yev's,
follow.
the same thing shall be determined by the village council based on performance reviews and recommendations by the council's personnel committee.
So we need a personnel
Do we have a personnel committee?
So the way we've done it traditionally, well, I think before Ben was here, I think the village manager and treasurer just decided what they wanted and put it in budget, and the whole budget was approved. So then Ben tightened that up a bit, and so basically the way it goes is the village manager reports to the president, Evgeny reports to Jamie, and Bill reports to Jamie. But the president works with all of it, and works with the treasurer to put in the compensation, which is then presented to the budget committee. And, you know, like last year, I think I called and I said, do you want to have any discussion about the employee increases? And you just said, no, I'm good. So that, you know, that's kind of the way that it's been done.
And we did just talk about it at the budget committee.
Right.
Yeah.
At the budget meeting, for the benefit of all council members, Eric and I, and Bill was absent, but we discussed the fact that it was a flat amount for the budget. But where's the discretionary based on good performance or satisfactory performance?
Well, you don't
And-
have that unless you set goals. There has to be something to measure against that you're shooting for. You know, it'd be like to have a vision for the village, that we are motivated to achieve this standard or this objective. And I've never worked for a company that they asked me to set my goals, which is even harder than somebody else doing it. But at the end of the year, we met and went through the goals. And it was financial goals, it was certain not product knowledge goals. It wasn't that hard because it's what I did.
Yes,
But I think,
I asked my employees, I have 24 employees, and I asked them all to write their own goals. Here's my
Yes.
goals for the
And
year.
they have goals,
And they have goals.
and
So-
they report to me, so it'd be
Right,
like
so-
you saying,
well, we need to know that.
ask everybody
I
else.
didn't know they have goals.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we need to know that.
Written
Like,
down.
as we're part of the approving, the approving body.
Anyways, well, I guess. I don't know. But
Salary
it's-
adjustments shall be determined by village council.
Yeah.
That's, you know, so we
I mean,
need
I guess
more-
there's just ways to look at it. Village council votes on the budget. I think that's what
Well-
was done in the past, was village council has voted on the budget, and at that point is when, you know, you're affirming,
Yeah.
giving them increases.
That's almost a subject that
Well,
we, well, that's the way it is done, so that's how we do it. You know, that was what I got from
Yeah.
you folks. It's always been that way,
Well,
so.
it has always been that way, because it was the village manager and the treasurer sitting together saying, this is what we want, put it in the budget, and village.
Well, so
council approved it.
I guess my question is, I think it makes sense, the understanding the difference between the contracts because of the reporting structure. I think what's in those words are good. Whether how those are enacted and used is a different discussion, I think. But I wouldn't change the wording there.
No. But you know, the other thing is, we all interface with you. Not just Lisa. We come in, we visit, we call, we have requests. And I think that council should be more proactive in the operating system. What is the operating system? Who's accountable for what? Because without accountability, it's really hard to measure growth and to set standards. So, I don't know. It's just a thought.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
just bringing this up because I think that we need to have as council, so that Lisa doesn't take the whole responsibility, we as council.
Right, and don't say Lisa,
Okay,
because it's the president,
President.
okay, the president,
so.
right.
Yeah.
But these words say determined by village council. Determined by village council.
Right, and I think that is from the past, when village council voted for the budget, and that's how raises happened.
It's from the charter. It says it in the village charter, which is where I first read it.
I think, yeah, I agree with both. I think probably the way it's been done in the past is there was a budget and you just passed it. I don't think doing it that way is the right way.
That's right.
Although that's probably what's happened. So I think it's even fair to the employees to say, if I'm outstanding, maybe I deserve a raise that's commensurate with being outstanding. So when we talked at the budget meeting, I realized that becomes more difficult than what you do within a private business, because all these contracts are public. So everybody's gonna know every year how much the other person got. Maybe that's bad, maybe it's good, maybe it motivates somebody because they know they can get a bigger raise next year if they do well. So I know there's issues around this, but somehow, some way, there needs to be some type of council information that says Jamie did this, this, and this according to the goals. By the way, she also did all these other things that weren't in her goals, which made her an outstanding,
Yeah.
an outstanding
Again, this is all
person.
done in public,
Yeah,
Yes.
so
I know,
remember that.
I know.
And
I realize why I
I'm
make it
concerned about the
difficult.
three of them, because
Yeah.
their jobs are very, very different.
Yeah,
So when you're talking about like competing with
Yeah.
each other,
yeah.
No.
Well,
it
it's
kinda,
just
when
to
you're
say,
all sitting on top
Yeah.
of each
not
other.
competing.
well, that's what I said.
No, it's not.
I'm just saying there's pros and cons of doing it.
Right.
Otherwise, what happens is what's going to happen in this budget. Everybody's going to get the same raise.
And, you know, what motivation then do you have
And maybe that's okay with everybody. I don't know.
to excel or bust your butt or come in at, 6 o'clock in the morning and work till 7 o'clock at night or whatever it is, you know? No, I mean,
7
She
to
has-
11, so far.
She has
but
meaningful
that doesn't
work.
matter. There's no committee, there's no, we have no copies of performance reviews. We don't know any of this stuff because we don't have anything as council.
We're not even sure what your roles are.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you do? And don't tell, I'm not saying that because you do not, no. Where's it written down? Where is it written down what you do? What you
In
do?
our job
What you do? No, it's not. It's not in your job
What job
description.
description?
No,
Okay.
yeah, it hasn't been for years. Because I remember checking, a couple years ago, I looked at it. I said, God, I have no idea.
She does
And I
whatever
know
we
you're
tell her.
busy, but I'm just saying, it would be interesting to have some more information about what you do. Who's responsible for what? Who do I go to with a question? Yeah? Bill?
All
You know,
of them,
Jamie?
because they all cross over each other on purpose.
Yeah.
But
I propose the language in these stay the same, and if you want to debate local government, administration and execution and personnel, come talk to Jamie anytime you want.
I think that's taking the
And it
easy
would
way
never
out.
fly where
because-
you work.
how to modify and change it at 11 o'clock
Okay,
at
we're
night.
not, we're not gonna do that.
That's my point.
Okay.
Is I'm not saying we're done with this. I'm not saying that's
Yeah.
what
Just
I'm
saying my
saying.
babysitter's only 16 years old and she-
I'm just saying. I think the language is
Can we
okay.
just approve these contracts? That's what was on,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
what is on the
Correct.
agenda.
If
just
we want to
approve the
further talk
contracts.
about this,
That's
we
right.
can talk about it. I'm not saying that we're done with it.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the contracts as stated.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Treasurer's report.
We go faster after 11.
No, make it fast.
I don't want to rush it, but it's a condensed version this month.
Okay.
Because it's earlier, so I just want to bring out a couple things before we go through the two items. The reason you don't see the HRC bill, it's the same as it was, because their billing doesn't happen until about the 21st, 22nd, when they release
It's
it.
still early.
That's fine.
So for the first one, under approved May bills for 2026, we had only one general fund. We spent, it's in the packet, and I apologize, it's a little bit different because I was out the majority of the week. General
It's my
fund
fault.
was 200, it's not your fault, that's my fault. $209,934.27 was dispersed in checks for the period of 4/27/2026 through 5/18/2026. There was $0 out of the gas and weight because just have some invoices that I have not paid them. So that's zero, so the total is the 209,934.27. And the listing of what makes that up is in your packet. So that's the first motion.
Move to approve?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Second item is to approve and accept the financial statements for April 2026. Again, Jamie had pulled it, and it's in your packet for 4/30/2026. We are now in 10 months or 83.33% of the full fiscal year. And I'll just leave it if there's any questions as it relates to the revenue and expense report that's in the packet.
And you haven't found anything out of?
Quite frankly, I went through it not as detailed as I have because I've been out the majority of the week. But there's nothing that, if you look at it from anything, there's nothing that stands out other than some of the other issues that I brought up in the past meetings.
I make a motion to approve the revenue expenditure reports.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Trustee comments? You're done, right? Bill?
I'm done.
No comment. I did hear a rumor though about Franklin Village having an incident several months ago
Sure.
regarding theft of funds. Any
Yeah, so
details on that?
back in November, we had a clerk working at Village Hall that went to approve a transfer of a small amount of money. She clicked on the wrong bank website. And basically, all the login information was given to not the real bank. And the village was at a loss for almost $1 million. So we're not gonna get that money back. That's created somewhat of a financial stress within the village of Franklin, to say the least. So what the council has proposed is going for a police millage of 3.4 mils to fully fund the police department through that millage in August. So that's what the focus is at this point. If that millage does not pass, there'll be some significant decisions made, I would say.
There was no insurance claim filed by the city?
Insurance that would cover that through MMRMA was up to $100,000 with a $25,000 deductible. So we are looking at other options, what we can do civilly towards the bank in question, because they knew that website was off, that fake website. So that's being discussed. But we have not accepted any insurance money from MMRMA at this time.
So it was a cybersecurity issue.
Yes.
Yeah, once you send the money, you'll never
Never get it back.
never find it. It's gone before it hits their bank account.
Yeah.
Bill, what's our coverage if this were to happen to us?
Trust me, we've talked about it.
Yeah, our coverage, actually, Jamie, you went to the MMRMA
Yes.
meeting and talked with the gentleman from
Yes,
Cyber.
yes. Yes, and we have the dual, yes,
Authentication.
yes.
We've had a lot of discussion about it. They've been
Yeah.
in training and
Yeah.
there's, lots of
We don't want that to happen
stops
to
in
us.
place.
Yeah.
Do we currently have insurance, or are we just looking at?
Oh, no, we have this, we have
So
insurance.
what is, so back to the question, how much insurance do we have? Do we know?
How much?
Probably this.
I haven't looked at it.
Maybe we, just, maybe really worth
Probably the
looking
same
at.
as.
You know, one of the trustees in Franklin made the comment, she said if only they had first transferred, say, $5 to see if it went through or not.
That's what Bill does. He
That's
sends $1
I'm glad you said that
every
you do
time.
that.
So
Yeah.
it wasn't a wire transfer, it was just an approval of a ACH payment, I believe it's called, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have had emails coming in asking to approve ACH, and I just send them on to our IT and flag them, and I don't touch it. Anytime I send money, like I did for the first time to county LPIG, I just send $1 first, I have them confirm it, and then once they confirm it, then I
Yeah.
send the rest.
I love it.
The bad guys are really, really,
Every time,
I also get
Good.
emails about ACH,
Yeah.
so
yes. I get emails a lot. The one that's come through
I
is
get
from our
that.
code
Don't
officer.
click on it.
Yeah, it says, oh, Jeff McQueen wants to know, from Jeff McQueen, I need to change my direct deposit. Can I do that? Can you give me your banking information so that
I don't think so, yeah. Good
So
luck.
I just delete those after I send them off.
Yeah.
Just be careful, cause it's.
They're getting trickier and trickier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I really.
I only have one quick comment. We had a budget meeting. We need to establish a second follow-up. Did you get the notes from that from Rainer? I mean, I took my own notes. I don't know if anybody else is taking
Yeah.
notes.
Yeah.
Jamie
Yeah.
updated.
I just wanna make sure Bill had all
Yeah,
the
Jamie
questions.
updated me and I'm working
That's all I
on,
need to know.
and I talked to,
Okay.
interface with Brandon today, we
Okay.
exchanged emails. I have it here, so I'll make the adjustments and then send it back
Thank
out.
you, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Good.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned at 11:09.